and it's got statistics behind it. But there are lots of
like I went through the application app. I'm probably looking at a correlational type of research.
that'll work.
But is there a way that I could do a correlational research but have it written in less of a quantitative, or is it
Well,
just
you can do a mixed, you can do what's called a mixed methods dissertation, which would be acceptable here, in which part of your methodology is qualitative, part of it's quantitative. And Glassthorn explains that in detail.
Okay.
So we're up and running
On that camera.
on that camera. Does that mean as long as I'm in that view, they hear me?
Mhm.
If I walk out, if they don't hear me?
They'll hear you no matter what,
Okay,
but you may want
yeah.
to spread your time between. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay, I get it. I'll talk to them in just a minute.
I'm just the surrogate technology person.
But
I have no idea what I'm doing.
But you're great at it.
Listen, that's all it is.
All right. So for the online students, for just a moment here, we're going to just basically review PowerPoint number 1 on chapter 1. And they're organized there's 5 PowerPoint presentations in the course. And each chapter has its own, and they are standalone in that inside them are embedded files to get you to assignments and to examples of dissertations and so on. So that's what we're talking about here. Misha and I are. I don't know what happened to Mo.
She won't be here till after 10.
Oh, that's right. She told us that. All right. So when you see an embedded file, that may be more than you really want to deal with. Although there are things embedded in there that may help you. And we will cover some of those, especially for the APA. But right now we're going to move on. So that's an example of that is on slide 2.
So
All right.
slide 2, I put in my important slides.
Well, if you want to know that's where I showed you how to link to the assignments. Slide 3 has a link to a dissertation specifically. So let me quickly, so I open that. All you got to do is click on it. When you've got the presentation up, all you have to do is click on it. You don't have to right click. You just click on it. You don't have to right click and open the hyperlink if you're in that. Now, if you're in the smaller slide where it's not the presentation, when you do that. All right, here's what comes up when you click on slide 3 where it says where it's talking about the 2 dissertations. And you can click on either one of them. Let's just click on Benja. That's Tompkins. And and it comes up. And there's assignments for the online students to go through they're going to read both these dissertations. You can if you have time, but you won't be able to do it this week. I get that. I mean, it's because that's 400 pages to read. And if you were just going to read one of them, you'd want to read the one that's most likely fits your methodology that you think you're going to do. If you're going to do statistical, you want to read Venja. If you're going to do something else, maybe develop a model,
The Cook.
you would want to read, and Cook's statistical.
Oh, she's statistical.
And it's just a hardbound copy that I brought. And I have more in the car and I forgot to bring in, but we'll get to those. We've got the rest of the week. So let's, for the online students and for you, if you get to the point where you say, okay, I pretty well know I'm going to do a statistical quantitative versus qualitative. You're going to do statistics, that's quantitative. You're going to quantify something, new numbers, stats, that type of thing. If you know you're going to do that, Venja is kind of your model. Now, there are many other models that you can look at, but that's one example. But if you find a professor, I was telling Misha earlier that if you can find a professor that would allow you to do a model for a dissertation that's not statistical based, you'd want to look at Tompkins, the second. All right, so that's why I've got 2 of them embedded in. Now, for the online students, you're going to have to look at both. Since I won't be able to sit with you and identify very quickly your problem statement, by the end of the second week or so, I might be able to, but it's online's a little bit differently than when you can sit together and have lunch like we did yesterday. But today we will. So anyway, just differences in the two presentations. So that's what the third one is. Now let's go back. Let's drop out of the pin zoo. We just right click on that, or left click on that. Next slide. Slide 4 is an important slide. There's your outline for chapter 1. That's the seminary outline. If you do that, you're in line with the seminary on all parts of the outline. All right. You may have a chair that will want to change that some. There's a note on that bottom. But slide 4 is very important. Chapter 1 outline. Moving on, just an example, moving on. A good problem statement. We can move on here pretty quickly. All right, a good problem statement has to have importance and significance. I'm on slide 10. That's not. Just keep that in mind. Let's see. Oh, and I want to make sure that everybody's clear on something yesterday. I said it backwards. I was trying to move too fast. The dependent variable is the one you measure. The independent variable is the other. So for the example I gave you, the basketball, all right, what are you going to measure? How high it bounces. That's the dependent variable. What is that dependent on? What surface you drop it on. Those are the independent variables. All right, just to clarify that, boo-boo yesterday. All right. Okay. And we'll come back to those. All right, definitions. This is something that often causes confusion, or students forget to do this, but if you're doing quantitative, you will have something you are measuring that is entirely beyond the typical definition like a dictionary. So you want what is called an operational definition. That's where you define the operation or what you do to measure it. Okay, making that very clear. So if you have a quantitative statistical study, you want a heading, topical heading called operational definitions along with definitions. So if you're going to measure the attitudes of whatever, attitudes of X, using instrument ABC, you will say, for this study, X is measured by using instrument ABC. Does that make sense? That's very important. All right, that's covered on slide 30. All right. Slide 36 is a summary of 3 things that students get confused on. They don't know where do I put it in my dissertation, and they don't really know the difference between delimitations and limitations. Now, if you're writing about something like delimitations, if you don't understand what it is, how are you going to write clearly about it? You can't. So you want to look at slide 36. When it comes time, when you get to the topical heading for delimitations and limitations and then assumptions, one at a time, look at this slide, review it. It tells you, it allows you to focus. I got a topical heading, and what's a topical heading? That everything under that topical heading has to pertain to that topic. Because what's the focus of this class for the online students and for Misha? I'm trying to teach you how do you write this. So you've got a topical heading. That's a key concept. And for you online students, I'm going to move to Blackboard. I'll move out of sight for a minute. But for Misha, you've got topical headings all the way through. And do not write one sentence under any topical heading that doesn't belong to that topical heading. It will make your job so much easier. So let me give you a specific example. You're writing about the delimitations in your dissertation. You come to that topical heading and you're ready to write about that. First of all, what are you doing? You are determining the scope of the study. You're stating, here's what it covers and here's what it doesn't cover. That's all you're doing. The parameters, that's the technical term. Parameter puts you in the parametric statistics. That puts you in the quantitative statistical realm. The word parametric deals with statistics. It's a type of statistics. A correlation is a parametric statistic. Parametric, metric measurement. Okay? Trying to explain some of the technical terms. Well, and just break the terms. When you run into these terms that are new to you, get a dictionary, you know that, and break it down into its parts. And you see the word meter or metric in there to measure. So, anyway. So you're writing about delimitations. Goes in chapter 1, unless your chair tells you differently. And most of them probably won't. And it gives you control over where you draw the boundaries. It's your dissertation. It's not the chair's. It's not your brother's, your mother's, your dad's. You're doing this for yourself. That's another thing that I'll say to all of you is you're doing this for yourself. Don't ever get confused that I got to do this because mom and dad think I need to have a doctor. Wrong motive. It'll never happen. And why is that? As Christians, we are responsible for ourselves. Galatians 6:2 says, each one shall bear his own load. If God's called you to write a dissertation, he will help you with it. The Holy Spirit will help you with this. But it's only if he wants you to do it. And most students that are in a seminary, God's placed them there. So that might be something that we should have talked about earlier. Maybe you need to address that question up front. Am I really supposed to be doing this? So, and while we're talking about that topic, I want to mention this again. It's very important. I know several people that would be qualified as geniuses. I know one of the most intelligent men that ever lived on the planet. He's dead now, but his name's Dr. Henry Morris. He was voted the Christian apologist / writer of the last century by Christianity Today. I knew him quite well. He was a very humble man. He was brilliant. He could read something one time and he'd never forget one part of it. He had a photographic memory. And he had a doctorate degree. But here's the good news. You don't have to be a genius. I was talking about this yesterday and just review it. Basically, the point is this. To write a dissertation is mostly one thing, determination and being diligent. 2 D's, determination and being diligent. Just stick with it. And don't let somebody tell you, if you know you're supposed to be doing this, don't let somebody tell you you can't. Or don't let something small get in the way, no matter what it is. Just say, oh, this will work out. And that leads me to my last point on that. There's no such thing as a perfect dissertation. Jesus could write one, but that's it. There's no such thing as a perfect dissertation. So do you have to be perfect? No. Do you have to be a genius? No. Hey, I'm in. I'm neither one. All right, so there's a topical heading, delimitations. Now, I'm not going to go over this whole slide again, but that's a very important slide. When you are writing about those 3 topics, go to that slide and just write about what exactly is under that column, nothing else. Do that for limitations, assumptions, and delimitations. Put it in the proper chapter and move on. And you got that thing. But to get to where you can write all that, you got to do some research. You got to see how your problem statement fits those three things. All right, next. We don't want to do that right now. We want to move on. All right, language of research. Didn't spend a lot of time on this yesterday. Concepts and constructs. A concept is a general idea formed in your mind, and all of you, online students and Misha, and Monisha when she gets here, all of you have a general idea of what you want to study. That's a concept. All right? What you need to do is move that concept to what's called a construct. And a construct, look at the difference in term in the definition. It's a collection of concepts. So you're going to take your general idea and you're going to lay a whole bunch of concepts on it. And variables and abstractions. And they're derived from, this is where it fits into psychology, behaviors. Constructs are derived from a whole bunch of concepts, variables, and abstractions, and made into, and they're derived from variables. So this specifies meaning, what something means. A construct, therefore, is much more complex than a concept. You see that in the two definitions? Because a construct is a collection or compilation of concepts and variables. And a construct has to be operationally defined. Now you know what that is already. That's your measurement. And it must be a specification of how the construct is currently or will be measured. So intelligence in the United States is measured by intelligence tests. Intelligence has a, it's not a simple concept, is it? Intelligence is a very complex compilation of constructs, variables, concepts and variables, and it's abstract. Can I go out here, walk down the hall and touch intelligence? Why is that? It's an abstraction. And we as scientists, especially psychologists or social scientists, are trying to take abstractions and make them what? Tangible, real. But you can't, even after you do your dissertation, this construct, you're not going to be able to touch it. But this is the way we do this. We try to put meaning on things. All right. Part 1 of Chapter 1 and the definitions section, often a separate topical heading. Seminary Handbook identifies operational definitions as necessary. All right. That is slide 38. Slide 39 goes into a little more detail on that if you need to, and there are some hyperlinks that you can click on if you need more definition on that. We'll move on. Now we're ready to start Chapter 2, and on slides 1 through 40, very important, are for Chapter 1. And then there's some more slides there that you don't need to concern yourself with. I'm going to close this one and go to the topic for today, which is this, right here. Writing a review of literature. Use RL throughout it to designate review of literature. Now, yesterday I made the case, and not all people that would teach about this, and a lot of the books don't make this case, but to me, this is where you should start. And then you go back and write Chapter 1. Most people say, well, if I'm writing 5 chapters in chapter 1, and I don't write chapter 1 first. What? I'm confused. Well, it's because out of the review of literature, you're going to learn what you need to know to write a really good problem statement, which is in chapter 1. So this is the first of 61 slides. We may not get through this all today, which is fine because we don't have to finish today. So, all right, here we go. Before actually writing, some planning is appropriate. So don't be like the guy we saw yesterday that was sitting at the computer and he was typing away and it blew up on him. Don't go sit down at the computer and think you're going to write a review of literature. It's not going to happen. Maybe Henry Morris could do it because he's got in his brain several books that he's read. I don't. I can't. I don't know too many people who can. I know one other person that might be able to. His name's Bob Simons. He had a photographic memory. I've always thought I should ask both of them, hey, could you loan me the camera in your head? could you clone that and put it in mine? All right, this writing a review of literature is necessary for a dissertation, obviously, and it's part of the benchmark assignment for the class. The benchmark assignment is writing a mini proposal for Misha. For you online, that's your benchmark assignment, and then there are some other assignments, as we've talked about, embedded in the PowerPoint. All right, moving on. This is detailed here. It tells you where you can find information about doing this. Writing the chapter 2 is what we're talking about. And it gives you the chapters to read in Glatthorn in the step-by-step. And then there is a hyperlink at the bottom that is a very helpful video if you want to take time to watch it, if you need more details. But after going through this presentation, you probably will say, I want less details. But it's there if you want. It's a help. All right, planning. After writing your preliminary problem statement, after writing your concept, so to speak, and you haven't put all the constructs in it yet, because you haven't put the population in it maybe, and you haven't put you haven't put any of the background like we saw yesterday. Some of these 2 and 3 paragraph problem statements had more than just a single statement. They had some background, and they put in the population, and they put in exactly what they were going to measure, that type. So after writing your preliminary problem statement, you're ready to move toward that. So here we go. You need to delimit. Oh, there you go. Your scope. If you don't do that, I'll see you in 10 years and you still won't be done. Do not let this concept get away from you, online or here with me. A dissertation is very narrow. You're not trying to learn everything there is to know about everything. It isn't going to happen, and you're not even trying to do it. You're going the opposite direction. All right, scope, delimiting. You should be able to, after you've done your review, but this is preliminary, this is getting ready to do it, you should know and be able to answer the question, what is the scope of my literature review? So you got to start right there. You're gonna go get X number of articles. I don't even put a number on it. It might be 10, it might be 50, it might be 200. Who cares? That's your decision. And if you can get by the chair with 10, go for it. If you can cover what your scope says. And then what type of sources am I using? We talked some about that yesterday, and we're going to go more into detail on that. Now, what are you doing here? You're narrowing your search. All of you have had enough education that you know that you go to the library and there are 450 different databases. Last time I counted, and there's probably 700. No, I haven't counted. But anyway, you get the idea. There's databases on top of databases. There's databases about databases. That's a lot of data. And if I don't know where I want to go search, I'm going to be spending all my, but you know, let's say I want to do a dissertation on databases. You're going to have to narrow that. I mean, 450 of them, are you kidding me? I'm going to do a dissertation on how to use every database ever invented. Well, good luck. I'll see you. Are you related to Methuselah? Do you have 900 years? No. Hey, you get the point. All right. So either narrow it or move on to do something else. Okay. All right. And then the academic discipline. Well, that's already chosen for you. Psychology, social sciences. They kind of overlap. So that's all. What field am I working in? That question is answered. That tells you the databases. Today at 2:30, Misha is going to hear, and Monisha, they're going to hear from the librarian about the databases to use. She suggests that you start with PsycInfo, and you can learn about that for online students. You can learn about that online at the library. You can go in there and you can get to PsycInfo and work. There's some instruction in this class a little later on that. And there's a lot of detailed videos online at the seminary website. So you can go there and look at that. And at 2:30, you online students, we're going to say bye, and we're going to go get some instruction on PsycInfo. All right. Next, you can identify the answers to this too. What is the focus? So what is the specific thesis, problem, or research question that my literature review hopes to define? Those three terms are kind of interchangeable in some sense. The seminary calls it a problem statement, but it's really your thesis. What do you, in a dissertation, they don't call it a thesis. When you're writing a master's level document, they call it a thesis. So. But that can be confusing because in England, they call it a thesis when you write a dissertation. So, see, words have meaning, but it's not always the same depending on where you're at. Let's go to England. No, let's not. All right, nothing against England. Oh, but we had Brexit, so I guess we'll skip this. The pound's at an all-time low. Maybe I should go over there and buy a few pounds. Because they may be worth more tomorrow, or they may not. Okay, so you identify the focus, and notice this is an important slide because once you identify the focus, it allows you to sort and categorize the information. Because you go to the library and you find, let's just take a number here for an example. You find 15 wonderful research-based articles. And you print them all out because you've got the money to do so. And you lay them on the table. Now, what do? You're going to read them? Well, of course. But is that enough? No, it isn't. You got to categorize the information. Because you could read all 15 of them several times, but if you can't analyze them, synthesize them, categorize them, and pull them together, what good does that do? 15 separate studies in my brain. Oh, good. Good for you. Anyway, but also, you've got these 15 studies laying there on the desk in front of you, and you can sort out and eliminate irrelevant information. And if you're really fortunate, you look at them again and you say, oh, I wasted $1.50 because I copied this one, and it really doesn't fit. But that's okay. The good news is you don't have to copy these things off because you can now sit at home and download these. The library databases allow you, they've paid for this so that you can get copies and you can save PDF files to your computer and you can read them right there at home and never have to, you can throw your printer away. No, don't. I didn't say that. Yes. All right, next. So type. What type of literature review are you conducting? Well, we've talked some about that, but are you developing a new theory? That's not going to be quantitative. Are you developing a methodology? That could be quantitative and would be. Are you developing something for policy? Maybe you're interested in policies that affect certification for being school psychologist, or a therapist, or a licensed therapist in the state of California, or whatever, or maybe you already are. But or you're doing a quantitative or qualitative. We are mostly interested in this class at this particular time in the quantitative and the qualitative, and your book, your green book, the black one, covers the joiner platform. Covers, oh, wonderful. We're stirring up the dust. Quantitative, qualitative. The other three are available if you find a chair that's amenable to that and so on. All right. And then the integration of the biblical worldview, once you have your problem statement, you start this, and where does that go? Chapter 2, but it's also, there's a lead into that in chapter 1. But chapter 2 is where you're going to cover it in detail. It should be the following: intentional, and a major heading and section in chapter 2. It's a topical heading. And if you turn in your proposal or your dissertation and you don't have that as a topical heading somewhere in there, they're going to send it back, but you may have everything else in order. They're going to say, you got to do this. So it's just part of the dissertation. All right, it's discussed in detail with appropriate headings in chapter 2, but it's also integrated with not all of it. You don't just cut and paste it, but some of it goes kind of an introduction as to why it fits in chapter 1, because chapter 1 is an introduction. And then if there's anything related to the methodology, that would go in chapter 3. A lot of times there's no methodology in your biblical worldview part, but there may be. It's tied directly to the literature and the problem statement of chapter 1. And it's carefully crafted and well thought out. So you're going to need to sit down with a Bible or a computer resource for the Bible, and or some kind of computer source that you can search the Bible for particular concepts and constructs that are found within your problem statement and see how those fit into a biblical worldview. And for some students, this is actually one of the fun parts of the dissertation. For others, not so much. It depends on where you're at in your walk with the Lord and so on. And we're all different, so I'm not making any judgments there whatsoever. That's not my business. But just telling you that this is an interesting part of it that you have to work with. All right, next, reading and research. So what materials am I going to use? All right, that's our heading. What are we talking about? For the review of literature. Here we go. Collect and read the material. We've already talked a little bit about that. And summarize the sources. Slide 7 has an outline of what you need to do once you have your sources. You need to do this with each source. This is a very important slide. You need to sit down and do this. All right? Now, who is the author? Well, obviously, if you copy in from Google search or someplace, you get the APA format copied onto a file. So you want to make a file where you have the title and all that stuff. Save yourself hours of time. Do this for every article right up front and put it in a single file so you can find it. Because what you don't want to do is this. 3 months into the dissertation, you say, oh no, who was that author? And where was that article? And you spend 3 hours trying to find it. Don't do that to yourself. You don't have 3 hours to do that. You need to spend your time doing this. Right up front, get you a cut and paste copy into the file of the source that you have. The computer will do that for you. Yesterday, Misha and I and Monisha found out about that in Google search and Google Scholar. For you online, there's a section embedded in the PowerPoint that talks about Google Scholar. Google Scholar will allow you to take the article, select the format you want, and cut and paste the APA right into a file. It couldn't be much easier. Then you never have this problem of having to go find it again later. And you'll have the author. And what is the author's main purpose? Identify that immediately for the article. That's usually found in the abstract. If it's a research article, it has an abstract. You can read the abstract, and from the abstract very quickly tell if that article really is one you want to copy, or one you want to even deal with, or one that you want a PDF of. And then what is the author's theoretical perspective? There are lots of theories in psychology, and some of them may be important to your problem statement, some of them may not. Some of them you may want to make important to your problem statement, and you need somebody that's writing from that perspective, and you want to get that firmed up in your review of literature. Yes.
What if it doesn't, like, say, I'm thinking about the things I've read, usually doesn't say, oh, my theoretical perspective is this. So how do we usually?
Well, if they don't make that clear, that's not a big deal. But if it's theory-based article or it's clear, that'll just help you clarify something. And that'll help you understand the bigger picture for what you're doing for your problems. And then what's their research methodology? Oh. Now remember, what are we trying to do? We're trying to flesh out our problem statement. And we're reading an article that the title of it and the abstract makes you believe that it's right on target for your problem statement. It's related. And they've got a methodology that they've already worked out. Well, you can borrow their methodology. You can use their methodology. And what's their worldview? Very important. I'm on point 3. What's their worldview? We're talking about the author or authors. If their worldview is secular, you don't have to write about that, but you want to note that. If their worldview is Christian, that'll help you with your biblical integration. So you could have a list of files, and you could say over here in this file, I'm going to put files that relate to my problem statements methodology. So you could classify the files by chapter if you want to. So it would help you. Because you might find a file or an article that is almost entirely about methodology. Where is it going to help you the most? Chapter 3. So if you had, on your computer, if you had a folder and you had a folder for chapter 1, a folder for chapter 2, a folder for chapter 3, 4, and 5, you could do it like this, you don't have to, but you could slide the PDF for that methodology file right into there. You've always got it there. That's after you've cut and pasted the APA format for the title and the author and all that into another file, which you could have as your 6th folder on your computer, which is APA or something like that. See how I'm helping you put this together so it's going to be easy once you get your review. So, and you might even have one where you put your ones that are Christian, because you want to search the Christian databases. You don't want to just do PsycInfo. There will be some Christian databases that have psychology related articles that are written by Christians. That'll be very important. But you don't want just that. You want both sides of the coin. And then who is the intended audience? That's very important. Who is the intended audience? Identify it. So what are we doing here? And you might even make a folder for each one of these. That's a little more complex than most students can deal with. But the easiest way to me would be folder chapter 1, chapter 1 is introduction, chapter 2 is review of literature, chapter 3 is methodology, chapter 4 is your analysis, Chapter 5 is your discussion and findings. 5 chapters, and then one more where you put format and other, and it could be other and it's APA related and stuff like that. All right, moving on. So what is the principal point, conclusions, thesis, contention, or question? So you kind of got to work. So by doing this, by going through these questions, you're really analyzing an article, aren't you? You're really saying, you're digging into it. And you're thinking about all these different things about it. Principal point, conclusion, thesis, so on. And then, very important, how is the author's position supported? Did they support it with evidence? Did they support it with theories? Did they support it with quantitative data? Or qualitatively, did they look at it? Or did they just write about something that they assume is true for some reason? That happens. Remember, assumptions, they can be a problem. And every author has assumptions. And sometimes authors don't state it. So, going on here, how does this study relate to other studies of the proper topic? That last one is very important because that's where you can integrate and you can pull them together and you can do what the couple of those examples that we looked at yesterday where they had a sentence that they had 3 or 4 sources that are all saying the same thing. A dissertation typically has to have some of that, because if you don't have that, then your chair and your readers and your other committee members, they're going to say, wait a minute, you haven't integrated it. You've just compiled a whole bunch of studies and you haven't analyzed them and synthesized them. You know how we think as humans, we analyze, and if you analyze something, you break it into component parts. But once you break something into component parts, you know what we tend to do and we want to do? We want to then synthesize it, put it back together. It's like a house. You're building a house, remember? Put the walls up. Then you go in and you, one part at a time. First a bedroom, then a bath. Or I don't even know what order. You might do it in a different order. The carpenter might, or the contractor might say, no, you don't do it that way. But anyway, they're the experts. But you put it together in a specific way, one point at a time. You break it into its parts. You don't just walk in and say, okay, we got this 400 square foot, let's make it big. Out here, that's pretty big, but 1,500 square foot house. We got walls, 1,500 square feet. All right, you guys walk in and let's just build it all right now. Throw it all in there. Okay, here's all the plumbing and I'll just throw it all in there. No, it doesn't work. You got to analyze it, break it into its component parts, and then synthesize those together, pull them back together as different articles come together. And lastly, what does this study add to your project? Now, take a moment. This is a very important slide. This is like the slide in the first presentation that had the outline for chapter 1. This is the slide. It's not the outline for chapter 2, but it's how you analyze what's in front of you to get to the outline. So if you ignore this slide and you say, well, I'm going to skip over any point in here, you're going to have weaknesses in your dissertation. And you're going to have things that your chair is going to say, you got to go back and redo this part. You got to do this. Every one of these points here is directly related to some aspect of the dissertation that's got to be there. All right? Lack of clarity, Misha, or anything else you wanted? All right. Next slide then. Oh, select only relevant books and articles. Sorry about that. Yes.
Sorry, worldview. You said, would be either secular or Christian. Where we get the worldview from what we read and how we understand they write, or what we actually look at versus the authors out and see what they're.
Well, depending on your problem statement and how this all fits in, there would be some problem statements where that would be very important, and some where it's not so important, but their worldview should come out. In other words, if they're writing and they mention the Bible, it's pretty clear where they're coming from. If they're writing and they mention the Quran, that's pretty clear where they're coming from. So, and somebody could be religious and not be a Christian. So I don't, maybe I shouldn't have, I shouldn't have limited it just to Christian or secular. There's obviously a whole spectrum in between. And all people in all different ethnic groups, religious groups, all the different groups, they can contribute to the literature and in a great way, even if they don't agree with what we see as a particular worldview here at the seminary. So you're just identifying that to help you think through it. Where is this author coming from? If they're coming from a secular perspective, you immediately, you have enough knowledge that you realize that there's certain things there that are going to be missing, or certain assumptions that they're going to make that you don't agree with. That type. That's why that's important. Okay. Now this next one: select only relevant books and articles. Why is there the emphasis? You've had enough courses and written papers and things that you realize that the emphasis is on research articles, right? Why not books? Do you understand why? Can you get a book and use it? Yes. But what is it about a book that makes it that you don't want to use it as a main source?
I don't know. All books are peer reviewed.
Well, they're typically, they're not peer reviewed, but they've gone through a pretty rigorous process. So that's a good thought about this. But the real issue here is that books are pretty much dated, because somebody writes a book, it's going to take them quite a while, and by the time they write it, it's usually outdated. I've been there now. I've read several, and I get done, I say, oh boy, this should have been published 2 years ago. Anyway, so the other thing about a book is it's more general. A research article is based on current research, based on the year that it was written. So books are okay, but you really want to depend on the articles. And oftentimes a book will come out and that'll generate several research articles. All right, that's kind of a minor thing. But you're not going to be able to write a dissertation with just 12 books as your resources. Not likely. All right, so analyzing. Breaking into its component parts, that's first. All right. A literature review is never just a list of studies. You asked that question and commented about that yesterday, and you were right on target. It always offers an argument about a body of research. So you got 10 articles in front of you. That's wonderful. By themselves, not really that important. Compiled together could be something very important. All right, that brings me to a point that I have, it's not in this presentation, but it comes up later. And it's a key word. And again, for you online folks, I'm going to walk to the board here for Misha and put a very important word on the board. Meta, M-E-T-A, analysis. Meta-analysis. A meta-analysis is an analysis of several research articles compiled into one research article, and they look at what those research articles say. If you can find a meta-analysis on your topic, you have built in a whole bunch, you build in a review of literature right there because they've reviewed for a meta-analysis probably 30 articles for you. And they've pulled it all together. They've analyzed it. It's a meta-analysis. That means an analysis of an analysis. So they've taken these articles and they've analyzed them, and these are statistical in nature. They're quantitative, very important. So one of the things you want to do is you want to type into the search box for whatever database your key constructs and say meta-analysis of X, whatever one of the things is. And if you hit several of those, bingo. I mean, that's great news if that happens. So you've got to do this analysis, and if somebody's already done it for you, stand up and give God thanks and move on. I mean, that's wonderful. Somebody else wants to do the work, I'm all in. All right. So an analysis occurs on two levels. Level one is individual resources that you lay in front of yourself, and you do all the work by going back to that previous slide. And you analyze it. You break it into its component parts, author, worldview, how it fits, so on and so forth. All right. The second level is a meta-analysis, the whole body of research, and somebody's done it. Great. Now, there's one other thing that you can look for here. And you want to do this when you do your search. You want to look for dissertations that have your keywords in your problem statement, in their title or in that dissertation. Now, probably if the keyword's just in the dissertation, that's not going to work. But if it's in the title or the abstract of that dissertation. So you want to go to what's called dissertation abstracts. It's a database. And type in your key term. And if you hit a dissertation that has a title similar to your problem statement, it's a bullseye. Because what's at the end of a dissertation? We learned this yesterday. A ready-made set of references. Oh, and say you hit a dissertation that was written in 2016, published in 2016, and it's very close to your problem statement, but it's not the same thing. You don't want to hit a dissertation where they've already done what you want, which is not likely. But if it's close, get a copy of it, even if you have to pay for it, and go through the. But the good news is the library has most of those where you can get a PDF of it. And you can get the references, and you can look at the references.
Last night when I was going through, I saved 50 sources to my thing after I read the abstracts. But I did run across some dissertations and some meta-analyses, and it was funny because probably when I was going on close to the end, I saw that it would send me to the next link, and it had even better sources than I had been finding on my own. And I was like, oh, it was so much, but I think it was coming from the references of the dissertation.
Well, and notice when we did Google Scholar, down at the bottom of it, when you pull up a title, it says number of times it's been cited. If you click on that, that's people that have looked at it and then they've done further research on that research. They've cited that research, so they've used it, and they're moving that research forward. So if you find a dissertation and it's 5 or 6 years old, click on Cite, C-I-T-E, down the bottom, and guess what? Those are people that have cited it, and they're newer articles. And that's the way to bring it forward. All right, you online students, thank Misha for that. All right, so we're breaking this into its component parts. Good morning, Monisha.
Good morning.
Have a seat and join us.
Okay.
You're just in time. All right, so we're looking at a review of literature. Analysis occurs on two levels. And it's, as we said here, the individual sources and the body of research. The body of research might contain these meta-analyses, and or a dissertation. All right, now, how do you do this analysis? The tasks, there's 4 tasks in a literature review that you can classify as tasks for analysis of a literature review. All right, so here we go. So we're going to look at these 4 tasks in detail. There's a slide, there's more than one slide on each one of these things that we're going to be doing. We're going to learn about how you summarize, how you synthesize, how you critique, and how you compare research articles so that you can get them into a situation where they're useful to you to write your review of literature. All right, so here we go. 4 analysis tasks. What are they? Summarize, synthesize, critique, and compare. So you've got, let's do this again. Let's say you got these articles laying on the table in front of you. It can be any number. Don't worry about the number. But you got these articles that you're going to analyze. Maybe it's 3, maybe it's 10, maybe it's 15. That's not the point. So don't get caught up in that. All right. But we're gonna do this. We're gonna analyze. Summary and synthesis. In your own words. Oh, what are we trying to do? We're trying to learn how to write this. So do you cut and paste a whole bunch of paragraphs out of these articles? No. Don't you dare do that. The chair will just send it back to you and say, come and see me. We got a visit. You're not getting this. Look, in your own words, summarize and or synthesize key findings relevant to your study.
I know I just got here, but.
Oh, okay.
Summarize, I know what that is, but what does synthesize mean?
It means
In this
to,
context.
you've broken it into its component parts. So first you analyze, then you synthesize. So as humans, that's something we do all the time.
Okay.
We break things down into its simpler, its parts. Then we put them back together.
Right.
It's kind of like Tinker Toys. Think of it that way.
Okay.
Or what's the Legos? You buy your children. You have children.
Yeah.
You buy your children a set of Legos.
Yeah.
And you empty them all out and say, put them together.
Yeah.
So, okay, here's all the parts. Now I got to analyze how to put these together, and then I got to put them together. I got to synthesize them. I got to put them together. Analyze, break into parts, synthesize, put back together.
Okay.
Pull it all together. All right. So, but it's got to be in your own words. You might want to underline that. And notice you summarize. Now, can you use some of the words they use? Yes. And I showed you yesterday some APA citations, and we'll get more on how you do that. You give them credit, but anyway. And the basics on that are, if you're in doubt as to whether it's plagiarism, just cite it. Don't worry about it, cite it. If you cite it, you can't get in trouble. If you copy somebody else's work, though, and didn't cite it, you can get in trouble.
Yeah, okay, I have a question
Okay.
about that. What if you write something and you don't necessarily put in the paper where it is, but you use it on your reference sheet? Is that plagiarism?
That isn't the way it works. In APA, that's a great question. So let's clarify that. In APA format, it's different than MLA and Turabian in this respect. There is no bibliography. It's not called bibliography. It's called references. And what is a reference in APA? That's very important that we define it very clearly. A list of references are the articles that you have actually used and summarized or synthesized in your own words in your dissertation, and or you have cited them, but if you are using that author's work, it's in your references, you've got to cite it.
Okay. Otherwise, that's considered plagiarism?
Yes.
But it would not be just like how we talked about things that just give you knowledge.
If it's common knowledge, and that's hard for somebody, anybody, it doesn't matter who you are. What is common knowledge? Common knowledge is actually not so common. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, it isn't. So, make sure it's common knowledge. Well, what is that? Oh, well, I don't know, but just make sure it is. Okay. That kind of stuff drives me crazy. So best thing to do is you're doing this and you're in doubt, take the author, do it like APA says. You've got it, you used it as a reference, it's in your list, cite it in text, like we did yesterday. Just do it and don't worry about it, move on. Then you know you're okay and there's no questions.
I have a different thing. She's saying if you talk about it in the body of the thing.
It has to be in the reference.
But I'm wondering, can I put it in the reference, but never cite it in the paper?
No, you wouldn't do that.
Okay, that would be more of a good.
Yeah, and if you're just doing something that's common knowledge, you wouldn't do it.
Okay.
But that doesn't happen much. Really.
Okay. Well, I was just thinking things that I read, but.
Come in.
Okay, I got it.
All right, you sure? Because clarity is what I'm all about.
Well, because I would have, now I know if you're gonna put in a reference, you need to put it into the paper. Don't just put the things that you read into the.
Oh, yeah, it's not about that. You're
what
building
I
a
did.
reference list, which is a very specific animal, and it's things that have actually contributed to your ideas that are in your paper. It's not, you didn't just read it.
Okay.
And if you've got things that you just read and they helped you, but you didn't use it at all, it's okay. You learned something, move on. Be happy with that. All right. What do we know about the immediate area when you're doing this summary and synthesizing? So again, what are we talking about here? These are questions you're going to ask to help you do what? These 4 tasks. So the areas, the discipline or the study or the thing that's right in front of you that's in the article. And what are the key arguments, characteristics, concepts, and by figures they're talking about charts or things like that that might be these are research articles. They're quantitative, they have statistical tables and things like that. So you're going to summarize in your own words the key arguments, characteristics, and concepts. And you might even state, see, you're not actually writing the review of literature right now. You're kind of getting it all outlined is what you're doing. So you might even say, this article contains a great set of charts and data representation. And if it's in PsycInfo, for example, you know that APA is a part of the American Psychological Association, right? And that you cannot get anything published that is in the realm of psychology that's peer reviewed if it's not written in APA format. Oh, and guess what APA tells you what to do? How to structure your charts, how to represent your data, and you could make yourself a note saying, oh, here's a great example of the type of data that I'm going to end up with, and here's how you do it. Here it is. And I've got an example. And I don't have to go reinvent the wheel. Praise God. I don't want to reinvent the wheel. I never did understand that anyway. Oh, wheels, okay. All right. Then you look at what are the existing debates or theories within that article. research articles they're really debates, aren't they? They're really somebody's opinion about how they think this thing is. I'm looking at X, and here's how I see it. That's a debate, though, because you see it that way, but maybe Monisha doesn't, and maybe Misha doesn't, maybe I don't, or maybe we all three do. I don't know, but it's a debate. All right, and it's got theories in there. It's somebody's theory about this abstraction and how it exists. We talked about that earlier, about the idea of constructs, abstractions. So, and then what are the methodologies? Oh, this will help you a lot for what, chapter 3. So you've gone through these 10 articles, and over here in under one section, you've got the heading methodology. Remember chapter 5, and you've found 5 different methodologies that were used to answer questions very similar to yours. And now you can begin to think about, now how am I going to set up my methodology? Which one of these do I like? Which one of these actually fits my problem statement best? All right. And then what is the view of the document from the perspective of one who holds a biblical view? And you won't always have that, but you ask that question. If it is a article written in a Christian journal, they probably hold a biblical view. That's most likely. All right. It's 10:30 already. Wow.
Can you back up a little bit?
For $1.
Well, are these
All right.
online? Are these on the website? For your class, like
Oh yeah, this is
the resources on the website?
the.
Like, you know how we got the syllabus and things like that?
Oh yeah, this is all online. It's in Blackboard.
Oh, this one?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
but it's for the Blackboard course. But I think you can have access to it. I don't know how that works.
If I can go, I'll check and see if I'll just download it.
They're in
Because I
Penn.
brought the little,
Oh, that page. Okay, so yeah, we went to Penzu. I didn't know if we were still in Penzu right now. But all this has been in Penzu.
Oh, it is, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And you know what? We'll take time to get that all set up. You don't have your thumb drive? Do you have a thumb drive?
I do.
I didn't.
All right. We'll get, that's okay. We'll get you both set up. All right, and very soon, either today or maybe tomorrow. But we'll get it all set up.
Okay.
All right, and then, how could I get this to type? Let's just take a short, kind of a organized break for ourselves, and we'll come back. Go to your search, go to your website where you type in and go to Penzu, penzu.com, and see what happens. See if it comes up. See if we can get into it without.
It says create your free journal, but then it looks like it's looking for a password.
Well, if you can create a free journal, so sometime today we'll get all that done. Maybe we could do stuff like that at lunchtime. Set you up a journal, and then once you've got that, we get you a thumb drive, you can tap right into all this, you can pull it up right on your computer. And you can put notes right in it as we go. We could get all that done. All right. All right, now, let's go back to this though. For what are we doing? We are analyzing these articles so that we can restructure our problem statement if we need to, or just start refining it and start writing our review of literature. And this is one of those important slides, and it is number 11. And what Misha and I've talked about is, as we go, I'm going to tell you the important slides, because there's a lot of stuff here.
Okay.
And you get lost trying to find it.
Okay.
So in each presentation the rest of the week, and I went back and did that for one so you could look at Misha's, there's like 5 are so important slides. Go back to those, and those are structural. And I'll give you an example so you know where we're at. In chapter 1, there was a slide that had the points that have to be in chapter 1
Right.
for the institution.
Right.
That's an important slide because that's your outline for chapter 1.
Right.
You're not going to be able to move forward without that information. So that's an example. All right, here's another one. Because see, to summarize and synthesize, just go through this. Just do this for each article.
Okay.
Now, again, this is where the students say, I got to do that for each article. Well, you don't have to, but that's really the process.
What do
This
you
is it.
mean by each article?
Research article. You got them laying in front of you. You found them. You found these. You've done a library search and you found 10 articles, and you've either got them in PDF files on your computer, or you just copied them, laid them in front of you. Everybody does this differently, so you can do it any way you want. But this is what you need to get out of it, right here. And this is slide, what was it, 11. There, I wanted to go to the story in 7 or 11. All right, and then lastly, what do biblical and Christian publications have to say about the research topic? Your process. So you're going to look at Psych Info, which we're going to learn today about. We're going to learn at 2:30 about that. Okay. We're going to learn how to use Psych Info, and she's only going to give us 30 minutes. And as you said, I only met her twice, and I talked to her on the phone. She does talk fast, but that's okay. She's a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah.
So let's tap into it. She loves to help students. And you know, if you just nicely say, I have a question or something like that, she'll answer it. All right. So make sure you do that today.
Okay.
And if we go over 30 minutes, yay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not walking in there and I don't have a watch.
Right.
So I'm not timing it.
Right.
So get what you need out of it. Don't walk out of there without having a basic idea of how to use Psych Info, because it's the most important database. But then you're also, we'll get her, and maybe we'll do this tomorrow, but this week, we're going to get her to show us some of the basic Christian databases, because you got to do both. All right?
Are these for references, or
Yes.
is this in your paper together?
This is for getting your references and putting your paper together to write your review of literature. They're all connected.
Okay.
All right. Questions? Answers? Look, if you don't have any questions, you got all the answers, right?
Yeah.
So you better ask some questions, because if you want to give all the answers, that takes a long time.
Well, out of the last slide and this slide, because like I talked to you yesterday, when I overview my literature, I look at this article, I'm going to answer all these questions from that article. And then that's going to be my lit review for that article. This is my paragraph.
Yeah, and it's going to help you. Then you can see in that article, and you could do this with note cards, and you might put at the top, these could be your headings, and you could have note cards, and you could put more than one article on the same note card. See, because remember what we do, we're summarizing and synthesizing. So this is one article, but then the next article, how does it relate to these? You got to pull them all together. That's what we're doing. Summarizing the article, and then we're going to synthesize and pull them together. Let's go back here.
Okay, because I'm thinking about the last one I did. Every article, I had to write a little paragraph about the article, which seemed to be the points that you made on that slide.
Right.
So for me, I need to read the article, I need to find all these answers, I need to put that into a simple paragraph, and that's that article for my lit review. And I'm gonna do that for all 100, whatever number I'm gonna do for every.
Right.
But
And then you're
now-
going to see where they meet,
And then
once you have that.
so at the very end, after I've done all of the articles, the last one is gonna be a synthesize and a summary of how they all connect.
Yeah, that'd be one way to do it. I'm going to show you, though, we'll get to that. There are several ways to organize it to get to that last point. That's not clear to you yet. And as you can see, this is too complex to jump way ahead. So I will get to that today, and that's part of this. You just jumped ahead. That's okay.
Well, my only question was, can I, because I'm gonna work on this today,
Well, yeah.
answer all those questions about the article that I read
All
and
right.
make a little synopsis.
All right, and that's yes. And then that synopsis will be important to the synthesis. All right, here's an example of a summary and synthesis of a single article. We haven't synthesized all of them yet. So you got to summarize and synthesize. You got to take the parts of the single article, put them all together in a summary. So here's some examples. Normandy has demonstrated. And then see the ellipses, several things. So you just write a sentence or two. In this article by, who's the author? Normandy. That's how you connect what you put in your text, in your dissertation, to your references. Because if I see the word Normandy, that's an author. If I'm a reader, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to flip back to your references. I've got what you say is your final stab at your dissertation. Lay it in front of me. I come to this. Normandy has demonstrated. You know what the first thing I do? I go to your references, and the reference to Normandy better be there. If it's not, I stop. And I email you and say, let's fix this. And I'll say it nicely, but let's fix this. There's a problem.
But you have to cite it right there too?
Well, yeah, oh yeah. If you put their name in there, then you're gonna have to, at the end of it, you're gonna have to put the APA citation, in brackets, what goes there. Now, that's another whole part of the lessons, and we'll get to that, but yes.
Okay.
All right, here's another one. Early work by Hausman, Schwartz, and Graves was concerned with. Now, notice, this is a very important slide if you need help in figuring out how do I structure these sentences to say what I need to say. So see the words that are underlined? These are key words to use in the different dissertation. Normandy has demonstrated. So here's a researcher that's already shown these points that are important to what? My problem statement. Got it? And then look at this next one. Early work by Hausman. Why did we say early work? Because this is background. It's in the review of literature, but it's background information. It was done a long time ago, but that's okay. It's background work. Remember, you got to have background. All right. And then Elsag, I'm not sure how you pronounce that one, and Stern compared algorithms for handling that's probably a very complex mathematical paper. It doesn't matter. It gives us the example that what's the key? They compared. If you find a comparative study on some things that relate to your problem statement, then you use that type of language. And then lastly, additional work by Kurosawa et al. That means, and the rest of the authors, that's 2 or more authors, that's an APA thing. We'll get to that later. And Azadavara and Perry, that's another, there's 2 articles there. That's a multi-author article. And here's another one, deals with, see, so here you're saying, oh, this article, you've already kind of got the big picture for it. And you say additionally here, why? Because it's talking about some things that are important to your problem statement, but they're not right on target, but they are important. I mean, remember I've talked about, you might find a bullseye article that's right on target. Or you might find a meta-analysis that's right on target. All right. So see how this is an important slide because it gives you the words to use and how to put this together, how to write a dissertation. This is a technical method of writing. You're not writing a poem. You're not writing a letter. you're writing something that is research-based. And look how each one of those sentences is very clear that it comes from the research. It's very clear. And it's very clear that what you're saying from that article. They've demonstrated, and then you say what it is. They were concerned with, and you say what it is. Or they compared, and you say what it is. Or they said, or this article deals with some aspect, and every one of these, if it doesn't have anything to do with your problem statement, what do? You move on. If it doesn't have anything to do with your problem statement, what do?
Move on.
You move on. You got to train yourself to do that. Because you could sit around and find a whole bunch of articles and do something like that, but if they don't have anything to do with your problem statement, you learn something. But okay, wonderful. All right, next. All right, here's a specific example of a summary and synthesis paragraph. A specific. How did they write this? What did they do to get this? All right. All right. Under the restriction of small populations. Yeah, so these articles, or this article, actually.
Is that a delimitation?
Well, let's not get sidetracked. But no, that's okay. Just bring that back to us in a minute. But let me tell you what they're doing here. Under the restriction of small populations, it is a delimitation. But that gets us, all right. 4 possible ways. Now look what they've brought together here. They've summarized this article because they've looked at restrictions, delimitations, and they found 4 possible ways to avoid premature convergence were presented. Now, this is a article over in the hard sciences, so don't worry about what convergence and all that stuff is. Just notice how they're doing this. The first one, so see how they wrote this first sentence, and what are they doing here? Synthesizing more than one article. The first one, the first what? Restriction or possible way, and these possible ways might have been found in different articles. But the first one is to revise the gene operators. That's a specific genetic principle. We're not concerned about that, but it's the first one. Griffins and Miles, applied advanced 2-dimensional gene operators to search the optimal cross-section of that. The second one, so see how in a paragraph they're laying out, you've got 3 or 4 articles that connect. So you say, okay, in Article 1 we have this that's connected to Article 2 and Article and this is an example of how to do that. That's what this slide's about. It's articles, plural, means synthesized. The previous thing we were looking at an article singular, and we were analyzing. All right. Here's another one, and this one is probably more understandable as to what the theories and things were, but because neither one of you are scientists, right? All right. But you probably heard of Piaget, right? All right. His theory of stages of cognitive development and Erickson's stages of psychosocial development are, notice, in that sentence, the writer of this paragraph brought together 2 major theories. There will be major theories found in the literature related to your problem statement. You have to synthesize those together. Here's an example of how you would do that. It's underlined. So, are what? Then they say these 2 theories do what, or they are what, and they are commonly used for educational psychology courses. And then they go back to Piaget. See, remember this. I'm trying to teach you that every sentence has to connect to the previous sentence. Every one of them. Not just some of them, every one of them. I can tell you right now, if I'm on your committee and you don't do that, I'll just send it back to you and I'll cross that sentence out and say, sorry, you wasted your time on that sentence. Don't be offended, but it doesn't fit, or it doesn't fit here or something. You know. All right, so key point then. Do you see that this sentence connects to this sentence and vice versa? Do you see that? When you're writing, connect the sentences. When you're writing a paragraph, connect the sentence. So let's back up all the way to the beginning. You're writing under a topical heading. Everything in the paragraph that you're about to write, or paragraphs, must what? Relate to the topical heading. If it doesn't, when you get done, just ask yourself that question. You write it all and you think it's wonderful because you wrote it. So we all think we're wonderful writers. I used to, and I realized, no, I'm not. But I've learned how to write so that it's acceptable, and I've made a career out of it. Wonderful. But it's not about me. It's about teaching you how to do that. All right. So every sentence under the topical heading has to relate to the topical heading, and therefore, that would mean that every sentence in the paragraphs connects to the next sentence. And see how they did that? Started this one with Piaget, starts this one with Piaget. Piaget described. But up here, it's a synthetic sentence, so it's actually the main topic of that paragraph. What would be the topical heading? Theories of cognitive development, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that fit? Does that all fit? Well, let's see. Well, it does. Oh, so the topical heading for this slide, you could put it in there. Theories of cognitive development. Piaget's theory does this, along with Erickson's, it does this, and then Piaget described behaviors. There you go. Are you getting any of this?
Yes.
Yay! Go tell the dean I need a raise. No, just kidding. All right, I don't need a raise. I'm fine. All right, comparison and critique. Now remember, what are we looking at? We did. What did we just do? We just did summary and synthesis. Now comparison and critique. We're going to evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of the article approach. We're back to a single article. So here's the questions you ask. How did the different studies relate? We've got a single article relating to it, and we're going to compare it with others. And we've got others laying there. How do they relate? And what is new, different, or controversial? So as you're reading, you only read one article at a time. As you're reading it, in that article, does it bring something to the table that you didn't already know, or that's controversial, or something like that? And then what views need further testing? Oh, that further testing. You might see, aren't we testing our theories, or testing our idea, or testing our problem statement? Remember, a problem statement can be in the form of a question. So we're kind of testing these things out to see how they work. What evidence is lacking, inconclusive, contradicting, or too limited? It's too bad that every research article couldn't answer all these questions. It doesn't work that way, does it? So every research article is going to lack certain things. It's going to be inconclusive, or it's going to contradict previous research or other research that you're reading. And then some of the researchers will even comment on, in their research design section, they'll talk about methods, and they might say, we found in the literature these methods work for answering this type of question, but these methods don't work. That's very useful to you for your chapter 3, developing your methodology, because you don't want to get all the way to the point where you're about ready to write about chapter 3 and find out that your methodology is not it's not really well accepted by the researchers. It doesn't fit. It might be a methodology that's in the literature, but it may not fit your type of question. All right, moving on. Here's a sample of comparison and critique language, like we did before. Here's how you write it. Underlined are the phrases. In this ambitious but flawed study. Oh. Once you get to the point that you've looked at enough studies, you will realize that there are studies that got published, but they're actually flawed. They forgot to take something into consideration that you found in another study that's been corrected in the literature or whatever. Does that make sense?
So we're studying other people's stuff, but not paper.
Right. And you're saying, so you write a sentence that says, in this ambitious but flawed study. So you got this paper laying from you, and it's 10 years ago. It's written 10 years ago. And it is, the methodology isn't quite right. It's at 10 years ago, the methodology was accepted, but they now know that that doesn't work. So you say something like that. Or you have one like this. These general results reflect and then are similar to those reported by, and you put the authors. So that's how you use comparison and critique in your writing. Here's an example. Here's a paragraph. That is an example of comparison and critique. You've got these articles and you're comparing them and critiquing. And here's an example paragraph that you might write from that. Notice that I've underlined the key, the words that are phrases that you can use, and notice how they've put in this the APA format. And I want to go through this slowly, one sentence at a time. There aren't that many sentences there. I think there's two. Yeah, there's two sentences. But I also want to do this. I want you to tell me what the topical heading for this sheet. Where would this be? So let's see if we can do that. So let's take the first sentence. It's pretty short. The critical response to the poetry of Phyllis Wheatley often registers disappointment or surprise. See, you're critiquing a critical response. So, and you're critiquing the article and you're responding to what the author wrote. You see that? So the critical response to the poetry of this author, Phyllis Wheatley, often registers disappointment or surprise. So this poetry is bringing out emotions, what they're saying there. Does that make sense? All right. Some critics, again, you're critiquing, have complained. Critics complaining? Yes, they do. That's what they do for a living. Of course, I can't get a job like that. Oh, no, I don't have to do that. Oh, all right. Some critics have complained that the verse of this African-American slave is, so the person is writing this summary and critique, comparison and critique, is saying some critics complain that the verse by this African-American slave is insecure. And Collins is the person that brought that out in the literature that you're looking at. This is from an article by Collins. So look what we've got here. In the first sentence, what we're looking at, this Phyllis Wheatley, who is evidently an African-American slave that wrote poetry. And we are comparing it and critiquing it. We're making comparisons and critiques from the literature about the writings of this African-American slave's poetry. That's what we're doing here. Are you getting closer to being able to get a topical heading here? All right, we're not there yet. Let's see what else we got. So we've got Phyllis Wheatley is the author that we're talking about. That's the first one. And she writes in such a way that it brings out the emotion. Poetry brings out emotion. It brings out the emotion of what? Disappointment or surprise. Still with me? And then somebody else says that critics complain that it's insecure. So these are people that read poetry, and they may be English professors or teach literature or something like that. And they're writing in a journal or an article. They're writing an article in an English publication, English journal or something like that. And it's imitative and incapacitated. At worst, the product of a white mind. Now that's So there's another view of this. Others, in contrast, have applauded Wheatley's critique of Anglo-American discourse. Kendrick wrote this in 1993 in a book on page 220. See, that's a book, 222 and 223. Could be a book, and it should be a space there. But her revision of literary models. So, a good topical heading for this paragraph would be what? A comparison and critique of the works of Phyllis Wheatley. You see that? All right, back up. And this is the key point that I want to get very clear today, because we're really working hard on how do you put this review of literature together, and your sentences and paragraphs. And the first thing you're going to need is the topical headings, and those come from your problem statement and from your articles. And then you got to synthesize them all together. So the topical heading here is comparison and critique of the works of Phyllis Wheatley. Does every sentence underneath that topical heading fit?
Yeah.
Does every sentence in that paragraph connect? Are you getting that idea? Yay! Because I have found in the students that I've worked with over the years in writing a dissertation, that's one of the most important things for them to grasp. Right up front, get your topical headings. That's your outline. You have them for chapter 1. We've already talked about that. Now we're working on chapter 2. You don't have a list yet. You'll see why in a minute we're not. It's done a little bit differently than chapter 1 because it's a different animal. So, all right. Here's another example of comparison and critique. Let's see if we can get a topical heading out of this one. The situationist model. I don't know what that is. That's not important. What we're looking at is how this is written. We don't have to understand all the concepts about what it is about, but we just, how is it written? The situationist model has received its share of criticism. See, as you compare and critique these articles, you're writing in that, you're using these words, comparison and critique. You're saying Johnson's article compares favorably with Sandra's article, or Samuel's article it's not written very well, you're critiquing it, or it's flawed, or something like that. You're using that type of language. One of the most frequently cited shortcomings, critique. The first one connects to the second one because you're critiquing. And one of the most frequently cited shortcomings of this approach centers around the assumption that individuals enter into the work context tabula rasa. All right. So, what's the topical heading here?
A critique of situationist model.
Yeah. Got it? See how this, okay, we've done that enough that hopefully that's, if you go home tonight and dream about this, I've accomplished what I want. Okay. All right, here are evaluative, you're evaluating these articles. When you compare something, critique something, synthesize something, analyze something, aren't you evaluating it? Yes, you are. You're evaluating. That's a cognitive purpose in our minds, a cognitive verb, evaluate. Here are adjectives that you want to use a lot in the sentences in your dissertation. Ready-made list. Let's do that again. Here are adjectives that you want to use a lot in your review of literature, in your dissertation, to describe the analysis, the summary, the critique, and the comparison, and the synthesis of the articles. Wow, that's a mouthful. I could probably never say that again if I want, but I don't want to. All right. So look at the words: careful, useful, impressive, important, competent, complex. That is an important slide. That is slide 19. Those are adjectives. So what's an adjective? What? It's descriptive, and it's a word that's placed in front of a noun to do what? Tell you something about that, about your subject, the noun. So the African American author that we talked about writes unusual poetry, for example, or the psychosocial Erikson theory is restricted in the following ways, or the gene theory operants that we were talking about are limited in the following ways, or the African American poets' poetry was impressive, or the African American poets' poetry was important. So see how we're critiquing these articles from these particular authors and describing them in descriptive terms. These are terms that are acceptable for technical writing. We don't want slang and jargon. None of these fit in that category. You know what I'm talking about, slang and jargon. And if that's not clear to you, that is addressed in your APA guide. Yes.
Why are we doing this? Why are we critiquing their writing when we're just trying to write our?
Well, because you have to know what the researchers say about your problem statement. So you're analyzing it, and part of analyzing something is to break it down into its component parts, and analyzing something needs to, it has, when you analyze something, you break it into smaller parts, and these adjectives can describe these smaller components. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right.
So I guess my question is, when we get ready to, what's the ultimate goal here? Is to write we have to write something.
Mini proposal, you mean? For this class or for
For this class.
the mini proposal?
Okay, so you're going to assist us with that proposal, right?
Well, that's what we're talking about, yeah.
Okay.
Everything we're talking about is related to that. Yes. All right. And there's several files that are available that help you through that. All right.
Now, this is it, right? What we've been seeing in these slides ultimately leads to this. Putting it all together.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Well, for just this, yes, for putting, all right, for putting this all together. Let's go back up here. For doing this, there are 4 tasks.
Right.
For you got an article that you went to the library and found that is on target for your problem statement.
Okay.
Laying in front. You're going to read it.
Okay.
What are you going to do with it as you read it? This. You're going to analyze it. So you're going to summarize the article. in your own words. You're going to synthesize what's in that article. You're going to critique it. You're going to look at it critically. Are these researchers correct? Are there other authors that disagree with them? And do I disagree with them? And why? I mean, you're going to get a dissertation through the committee, you're going to have to get to the point where you can read an article on your topic and you can say, no, I don't agree with that, and here's why. Or yes, I do agree with that, and here's why. You're going to have to get to that point. Remember yesterday we talked about you got to get this knowledge?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're right on the edge of moving to where you got to do that.
Okay.
That's what your task is in front of you. This is the process for doing it.
Okay.
All right? Are you sure? Because
Yes.
I want to help you move forward.
No, I got it.
All right,
Yeah.
all right, that's fine. And then you're going to compare.
Okay.
So you got Article 1 and you got Article 2, and they're about the same. They're very close, and they're talking about the same thing, but they differ just slightly. So you're going to say Johnson compares favorably, the adjective, favorably with Samuel.
Okay.
Or they may not compare well. So you might say Johnson does not compare favorably with Samuel on these points.
Okay.
All right. So what I'm trying to do is tell you how to write specific paragraphs, specific sentences, and connect them in a paragraph. That's what we've been talking about from your research. All right. That's the point. All right. Good. And that discussion's fine. That's what you need to move forward. All right. Oh. All right. Now we're going to spend, let me see, 2 slides about putting it all together for the analysis. These are slides 20 and 21. They're important. So when you've got these articles in front of you, you can go back here, and here are the things you need to look at. Just take the article one at a time and break it down. And once you've summarized, synthesized, compared, critiqued, or chosen your material, you may consider, notice the word may, this is not absolutely essential, but it's really what moves it to the next step, to pulling it all together. Consider whether these studies demonstrate the topic's chronological development. All right, we're going to get to how you organize all this in a minute. And one of the ways that you can organize, I should just lay 5 pencils or something to represent 5 articles. Got them laying here. And is there an order to them of any sense? One of the possible ways they can be ordered is chronological. In other words, here's one written in 1971, 1980, 1999, and so on. Chronological. That's one way. So do they demonstrate that in any way? Because one of the things that you'll do later on is you're going to eliminate older articles that, and your chair may actually say to you, for the background, you can use articles or books that are 10 years or older. But for the dissertation, you cannot. They may actually say that to you. In other words, new articles. Because I don't know if you noticed yesterday or not, but I did because I worked with this and I was trained. There were a lot of articles that were pulled up in 1979, 1985. So those are too old. You can eliminate those, probably. Unless they are a bullseye article that you can look at and take the bibliography and look at where it's cited. Remember, you could click on cite, and that's all the citations. That's everybody that has read that article and cited it, and that'll bring you forward because if they've read that article, it's already published, so that's more recent. That'll bring you forward. All right?
So anything that's like probably over 10 years old, we can just.
Pretty much. It depends on your topic, and I don't think anybody's going to be doing a historical topic, but if it's not historical or something like that, yeah, that might be a way to really, you brought up something there, and you had like 1,000 resources or something. One of the things you could do is you can put in the parameters of the search from 1999, or that's not 10 years, let's say from 2006 to present. And that'll eliminate you getting 1,000 of them, because who's got time to look at 1,000 articles? I don't. And you don't either. That's ridiculous. So you got to narrow it, and that's one of the things you have to do. So you narrow it by dates, but they still, you might come up, you narrowed it for the 10-year period, and you come up with 18 articles, and they got a chronological order to them because some were written in 06, some 07. So this is, do they demonstrate chronology? Do they show different approaches to the problem? Different methodologies, approach? Or do they show an ongoing debate? See, there's a sentence right there. Each one of these can lead to a sentence. Johnson and Henry and Samuel demonstrated chronological development of XYZ related to your policy. Ziffel and Piaget and Erickson showed different approaches to the problem. See how that's, so again, what are we, this is to help us put our summaries, putting it all together, our analysis, into sentences that are appropriate for our dissertation. Does it show an ongoing debate? Does it center? Is it a seminal study of studies? Oh, is it one of these? Meta-analysis, or is it a bullseye? Right, if you can find that this week, before I leave here, and I can help you with that, find a bullseye dissertation we talked about earlier, before you got here, and it's basically this, it's a dissertation that's very similar to your problem statement. What do you have in front of you? Probably 150 references. Search no more, young lady. Go forth and be happy.
I know at least, I have at least one.
Okay. Well, later on today, when we're in the library or whatever, you can show me, or at noon or something. One more, and then we're going to take a short break, and then we'll come back and finish up. We'll take a break, and then we'll come back and finish up real quick, and then we'll have lunch. We'll talk about all that in just a minute. Now remember, when you're analyzing and critiquing and synthesizing and evaluating, these are important terms to get in your mind. And if you know what each one of those is, fine. If you don't, get you a dictionary and make sure you get in your head that I've got to learn what a critique is. I got to learn how to compare things. So if you need to do that, if you don't, that's fine. Everybody's different. Everybody has to start someplace and get to this point. So do what you got to do to get there, okay? Which might include saying, I need to talk to you about this. We'll do it. Or I don't need to talk to you about this, so I'm going to go eat my lunch. All right. What does Scripture say about the topic? What do researchers know about this field? What do researchers not know? Oh, and that's what I'm trying to answer this question. No researcher knows about your topic yet. They don't know how to answer that question that I heard you talking on the phone. They want you to do this. You have struck gold, young lady. Get your pickaxe and dig it out. Yes, you have. You know, there's a lot of gold mines in Africa.
There are.
I used to own stock in a couple of them. Used to. Why should we further study this topic? Oh, yes. Because I'm going to get paid to do it in your case. No. What will my study contribute? All right, just questions that we've kind of seen before, but see, these questions are important to the review of literature. All right, we are shutting, oh, I can see it. All right, the next 15 minutes, enjoy yourselves, do whatever you would like. Come back here and we'll have about 25 minutes before lunch and we'll figure out how we're gonna do that animal together, okay? All right. If
And
you,
I forgot my jacket. Okay.
if you want to give me your thumb drive, I'll put these
Oh,
files.
sure, yes, yes, that'd be awesome. I didn't even think to bring my computer.
We're back, but we're doing housekeeping, so you're welcome to watch, but we're going to take Monisha's thumb drive for those of you online and
Is there anybody?
give her the files that you have access to on Blackboard.
Is there anybody online?
Not right now, I'm just talking to them, and they're gonna see this when they
Oh,
take the
okay.
course. They're gonna take the Blackboard course and see this.
Gotcha.
All right. I never could quite figure out why they call this a thumb drive. The thumb's too big.
I was thinking maybe the size of the,
Yeah, I guess.
it's in all different shapes, sizes.
Yeah, they do.
People, images.
This is so true.
You know, here we go.
All right, let's see, this is 100% vegetables.
Sounds good.
All right, well, let's see what my wife did. Okay, really. All
Got
right,
everything?
let's see. Well, look at that. Success. All right, now I'm just, you want me to put a folder that says, you mind if I add a folder? I'm gonna put a folder. Let's see. New folder, there we go. And it is going to say RS-502. That's the code.
Okay.
Will that work for you?
Yes, sure.
All right, and I'm going to, there, it's in there. And let's find it.
That's my stuff.
Well, yeah, I'm not looking at that, I'm looking for the folder, there it is.
Oh.
See, I gotta get it, so
It's on the bottom.
let's see if I can pull it up to the top, and then I can just dump my stuff right into it.
Which you can only use if it fit.
Well, some people think that. I can fool people. Where do you go? I guess.
It's like a lot. You dropped it.
Yeah, I dropped it. We're doing some house cleaning. If you want to join us, and I'll show you exactly what I'll do for you, the same thing you do for her.
Okay.
I'm putting, so both of you can have a seat, and we'll just do this right here. And bring your lunch if you want.
Oh, yeah, I put my lunch in the room.
Well, go get it. That's
I'm trying
fine.
to heat mine up.
All right. Oh, well, you want to do that? No.
You do that now?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't get that to the top. You know what? I'm not gonna worry about that. I'll get it. I'm gonna put all this, I'll dump all this stuff into that folder for you, and when you get back, we'll work with it.
Okay.
All right?
And I did get to create the Kenzu account, but it's empty. So I don't know how that works.
Well, it's empty because you got to have the folders with the files in it, and then you click on the files, and they'll open up in your Pinzu account.
Okay.
So you can show Monisha how to create a Pinzu account. During this time together, we'll do all that. All right.
Okay, I'll get it from you and I'll look. Okay, there you go.
Come right up here,
Come there?
ladies,
Okay.
and just join me. See what we can,
And we're gonna push the table up.
that'd be fun. And bring your computer.
Bring your, bring your bring mine. Okay. There you go. Now we have some egg rolls here if you would like one.
Well,
Chicken.
wow. You know, well, I'm sure I'm happy with it.
I
I appreciate it.
hope you don't mind me.
Oh,
Also,
no. I can't eat those.
You see something?
Your computer?
I didn't bring mine.
Oh, well, here's what we can do. We'll just take, put that in and pull up the file on there.
It's in a folder.
It's in a folder and we can all look at it. And it's-
And it might be on
You'll have
the
your
bottom.
copy and then you can copy it. You know how to copy the folder?
Yes.
All right, it's RS-502 students. So these are your files of everything plus more than you wanted of what we've been doing. So we'll look at it together, and if we have any questions on what it is, we'll work through that and
It's 502.
Yeah.
And then, once you have it on your computer, you will hurry your thumb drive, and then you can open up the folder and
Right, on mine. Okay.
just open it up on her computer and we'll look at it together.
Okay.
Because you'll have the same thing. I probably got more than I can eat here, especially now that I've added to it.
You're supposed to snack.
Yeah,
So after you eat your lunch, 2 hours after that, you snack.
okay,
2 hours after
that's
that,
called
you snack.
grazing, I do that all the time. Yeah, I'm in,
That's why she gave you.
thank you, I'm in. That's what I do. My wife doesn't like it. She knows me.
And that's good for you.
It is.
Yeah. Did it come up?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, just trying to, if it's not organized the first time, I'm gonna screw it up. So. Just trying to get it right. Okay. And, thank you.
So you don't need this anymore?
No.
For today?
All yours. Well, at least today.
So which one would you like me to open up today?
Well, let's see. I got it on my computer too, so. All right, let's look at what we have. The top, there's another folder in that folder. See it? It's called dissertations.
Yes.
All right, let me tell you what's in there. Word copies. They're in Word. They're in Word. You know what Word is, right? They're in Word, and they are copies of dissertations
Okay.
and a couple of articles that I've written from those dissertations, for examples. And we will get to some of that. We won't get to all of it. All right, and then in the outside of that folder underneath that, there's a presentation called APA style. We're going to go over that probably Friday, but I'm not sure. Then there's a Word file there called benchmark assignment. Let's click on that because you had some questions about that. Let's open that up. This is your assignment for this class.
Okay.
So let's look at it. All right, I call it a mini proposal, which it's not my decision. This is why I say it may be your proposal.
Okay.
It's not my decision because I'm not your chair. I mean, if I agree to be your chair, then we can discuss that. But see, that's what I need to teach you so you understand the process. So for this class, I call them any proposal. That's what I'm going to agree. All right. And it's worth 80% of your final grade, and then it tells you some things about it. I'm not going to read all that to you. You can read. And then there's the outline of required elements. Which, as you can see, a lot of that we've been discussing.
Oh, yeah.
So did you write the paragraph? No, that's just telling us what this is, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's an outline of required elements. That's your outline. So get that in the computer. You can copy and paste that in the computer and then start filling it in based on your review literature. All right? You can start on that today. And we'll have some library time after Jennifer Young or maybe before, but I still want to get through the review of literature today if possible. That powerful.
What time does the library close?
5 o'clock.
Okay.
Opens at 8, closes at 5.
Okay.
That's only for this week because they're really not even in session. I think we're the only ones here.
When does school start back next week?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we just got 1 week off. Cause
I'm not sure, so. Yeah, all right. Excuse me, my shoe, but it's very good. So. That one is, I'll take it back. All right. All right, so there's your outline. That's what you're working on. Now let's go down and get instruction on it. Let's just pull down the page. So at the front of your paper, you have an abstract. An abstract is just a summary. So write it last, but you got an abstract. It's only 120 words or less. As a matter of fact, no more than that. So it's not a big deal, but it's a summary of your main proposal.
And is that usually average 120, no matter how big the dissertation?
No, that's just for this assignment. Okay. Your abstract for your dissertation is based on your dissertation. It could be 50 words or 300. That varies a lot. You may simply describe how the research, talking about the abstract, would be carried out given current feasibility. You're not doing any research. You're not going to do the methodology. You're not going to have conclusions and findings because you're not collecting data. You don't have time.
Right.
So that's why it's a mini proposal. So you're going to describe how you're going to do it and feasibility. That means, can I do this? Is it reasonable for me to do this? And this helps you get it to, you work through this and then you might get to the end and you turn the mini proposal in so you can get through this class and you know how to do it, but you say, it's going to take 2 years, I'm not going to do it. Or it's going to take 6 months, that's doable. I don't know. I can't answer that question. That's part of what you have. So going to that second point there, you are proposing what would be done in the event your proposal is accepted for dissertation. That's what the proposal is. See, if you understand what that word means, it really helps. So you're just describing what you're going to do if it's accepted. You're not doing any of it. You're doing some research, but you're not doing the statistics. You're not going to go out and gather data, but you're going to tell how you would do that and what you are going to do. And this is a practice exercise, and successful completion does not imply acceptance by the seminary faculty or any committee for the purpose of writing a dissertation. So that you understand. It'll suffice for me in this class, but that's all it is. This is just a single class, but all right, just so that you don't get confused. Because I actually had one student handed it in, got a good grade on it, and said, now I'm ready to write my dissertation.
No, you're not.
No, you don't have a committee, and I'm not your chair, and I don't have the authority to say any of that. So I'm the professor, and that has a very specific meaning. That's all I am. And that's fine. I enjoy it, and I like doing all this, but there are limits. So, and then the last sentence, the body of your paper must be a minimum of 15 to 18 double-spaced pages. So that gives you the minimum. And that, you can stay in that minimum, and that's fine. It doesn't have to be 30 pages.
This is a dissertation
Proposal.
proposal for just this school. This is what they require or are looking for.
What, yes and no. Yes, in general,
Mhm.
but no for the chair. The chair may tweak some things all the way through. Keep that in mind. If you follow the seminary, which you have a copy of that, the seminary manual on writing a dissertation, if you follow that, anywhere in there that the chair does not want it exactly that way, he or she has that latitude, and they'll explain it to you. And it's not a big deal, but that's the way it works.
Right.
But the good way about, the great thing about what you're teaching us is, if I do it, it doesn't matter where they tell me to put it, because it's done, or if they want it removed, I can just take it out.
Right.
So you have a base to work with, like your house that you say.
All right, now, how am I gonna grade this? That's what an assessment rubric is. So this topical heading, assessment rubric, is how I am going to view what you turn in. Here's what I'm looking for. So if you follow this, the way I'm assessing it,
Mhm.
and you understand this, you'll do well. Because you're looking at it from the perspective of, hey, that's what he's looking for. So here we go. So it's this takes a little bit to understand because the rubric is actually down below, and click down one page and see there's a chart of it. See it? Did you find it? All right, let's just go to the chart and then we'll go back up to the explanation. It makes more sense. So in the chart, notice there's the left column and then there's across the top. So the assessed area. So I'm going to read the abstract, and then if it's correct, to be correct and get full credit, it has to be completed and well written. So this is a class about how to write. So if you turn in an abstract and it's got a bunch of poorly constructed sentences or paragraphs or something, then that don't turn it in that way. Have somebody read it for you, or there is a writing center, which you may want to visit there. And I'm going to get clarification today on meeting with Dr. Ellen as to whether or not you need to turn this in by a certain date. And we'll figure all that out later in class. But whenever that date is, when you turn it in, before you do it, look at this and shoot for the correct column. See? Now, if I've said this several times, there's no such thing as a perfect dissertation, same thing for a proposal. It's just a proposal. It's going to have things you need to correct. But let's look at it. So some mistakes they're accepted. But even that with incomplete or lacking or poorly written, those are things that I want you to try to avoid. All right. And then too many mistakes, such that category actually, if there's no abstract, that's 5% off. That's the abstract is part of it. grading indicator, I'll get to that one. All right, and then back over to the left, assessed area, content of the proposal. I'm gonna read it, and it's gotta be research oriented. All right? You're not writing a poem, you're not writing a book, it's research. The content is appropriate for a master's/doctorate seminary program. So it should be about psychology or something related to that. It should have the integration in it and so on. And the APA format, references are labeled correctly. In other words, the last page, I can show you this right here. The last page of your proposal will have a page titled just like that. They're references, not bibliography. If you put bibliography on there, no, doesn't work. All right.
What's the difference?
Remember, we talked about yesterday, but okay, we'll go back and review. References are the research articles that you used and you cited in your paper. A bibliography is just a list of things you read. You can read anything you want, but if you don't use it in the proposal, it doesn't go in your reference.
Okay.
You don't pad the references. That doesn't impress anybody.
So I spent last night, I just told you going through the sources, which I just went over a few. I have a few that are from 1990. Now I'm going to go back and take all the ones that are more than 10 years out. But I did so I have 2 files set up right now. I have a list of the articles saved on my computer, the actual articles that I can print. And then I have another file that says references, and it is listed like that. It's the beginning of my reference list. And I copied and pasted the citations of the articles that I chose and I started. I put them in alphabetical order. Is that a decent start?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Okay, and this is very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks
Nice,
to both
nice.
of you. And so that's a very minor point, but it's only 1%. But see, I'm wanting you to make sure you understand. No more bibliography for this time. Now, if you switched and went over to theology, different story.
It's radium or something.
That's a different nightmare.
All right. We've talked quite a bit about integration of Christian worldview. Actually, I should change that, and I know better than that. That shouldn't say Christian worldview, it should say biblical. Why do you think that's the case?
Because you're labeling them, everybody's a Christian
Right.
and biblical.
Is you believe the Bible.
Right.
So it's different, they're different stories. I know better than that. As a matter of fact, at Liberty University, I was responsible for showing them that they had to change their documents for accreditation because they talked about Christian worldview rather than biblical.
Mm-hmm.
So I know better than that. Anyway, that's a side note.
So, right, we're getting ready to write, okay, this is the mini proposal. That comes before the problem, right? The mini proposal comes before the problem?
From the problem. The problem statement leads to all this.
So, last night, I think I have a different, I can't remember what I'm talking about there. I think I have a different,
Problem.
yeah. That talked about interracial anxiety. So
There you go. Yeah,
what,
that's putting it in descriptive terms that are researchable, that don't set up that tension, with
Right.
words like scared or fear.
Right.
All right, so go ahead.
so I can't remember how it was said, I just remember that that's what we were talking about. I had my pen and my paper and my phone.
Well, but you've made progress, that's good. That right there will work.
Okay. So what would I say, like, why do well, will I use color? Why do whites have interracial anxiety against blacks? Should I do that, or?
Well, as you know, I'm white, so I have a different perspective.
Right, so that's what
Yeah,
kind of we were
I
saying.
think I would use the word Caucasian, that's more
Oh, versus white,
versus white. And then
because that's more
as a black person, do you prefer to be
black.
black? You do or don't like the word African American?
Yeah, I'm not an African American, I'm black.
All right. So if that's the descriptive term for what you want to do, that's okay in that case. But in general, I think Caucasian is a better term on the white side.
Because it sounds better to you.
Well, it's not that it sounds better. It's more oriented to the researcher. See, this is not what your topic is not about. Well, maybe it is, but the way you're expressing it is when you say white and black, those two terms don't mean exactly the same. And in the research literature, the word Caucasian is used, not white.
Okay.
So that's why I'm correcting.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with color.
Okay.
It's just that whites in a more, I don't know what you call it, but more research oriented, they're called Caucasian.
Okay.
All right. All right. Now, if you look at, we're looking at Christian worldview. So you need a clear statement of that. And then you need your references formatted, as we're going to see how, we saw that the computer will do that for you, so that really shouldn't be a problem. But you got to do that.
The references that I made yesterday, it was so easy. I thank God that you showed me how to do that. I think my references are square or straight right now. So I don't know. I think I'm okay with the references the way you showed me. And I even got to do it with the one from Psych, whatever the school uses. I learned how to do that.
Psych Info does the same thing.
Yes. Yeah. So I
Show
learned.
us today.
Okay. I'll show.
That'll tell you how to do references.
Click on that.
My references? Mm-hmm.
So you want APA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They ask you.
You can manage the sources and put them in.
Right. So I use this. So as soon as I cite somebody, I use that. And then it automatically goes into the sentence. And then the reference, it holds on. And then when you click references, it do that page. It does it in alphabetical order. I mean, you don't have to sit there and worry about anything. It does it for you.
I'll try that one. Well, right now,
Well, let me see what you
the sources that I got, well, she's telling me use the one that's in Microsoft Word, which I've done that before. When it's a small paper, like I have one or two, I use that.
Mm-hmm.
But because I'm looking at maybe 50 to 100, like I saved 50 articles last night on this computer, and I listed those.
Mm-hmm.
The way he showed me was easier in listing all those.
Well, if you know how to do that, you got the reference.
Yeah, and because that was my thing.
That's one of the things that's going to be evaluated. It should be correct. All right. So that takes care of that. Then the in-text citations, it does that too, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what an in-text citation is? Click on what you just did and would you show her? What you just showed Misha.
Uh-huh.
Misha, please show. Just pull it up again and then she'll show you what the in-text part is,
Okay.
what that's called.
Uh-huh.
So, like, if you wanted to put the text right here, you would put insert, right? And then, well, I don't have any sources. So you would basically add source. But when you add it in, it'll just put it in there.
But it does that anyway.
I think you have to do it manually, right? Like, I don't know if there's a hotkey where you can just strike it and it'll,
Click on it. Click on it.
you can do,
Oh, yeah, this one.
yeah, insert citation.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you do, I do the top one.
Right.
And then, oh, yeah. So I know what you're talking about. Okay.
All right, now notice that's one of the left-hand columns in your
Mhm.
rubric. So you got that,
Mhm.
all right. Grammar usage, so we gotta learn to use proper verb tense, other things, grammar usage, that's part of what's in our APA. There's a chapter on it if you need help with that, plus I'm going to go over some of it, plus there's a writing. So, topical headings, I've been hammering on that. You probably ever dream about it tonight. Come in tomorrow and say, I've had a nightmare about topical headings. Would you stop it? If you do that, I'll stop talking about it. No, I'm going to keep going until you get it. Because if you get that, you can write this. Topical headings are one of the most important things. And they're an outline. They're part of your outline. You've got to have them. So see the topical headings used as a guide for writing. So.
What's
topical-
C14 mean?
It's up the top of this. Go right back. Just go up. Just slide up to the column.
Chapter 4.
No, it's up. It's up here, right above where it's.
Oh, right there. Okay. Assess the area. Okay.
That type.
So put those two together,
Yeah.
and then.
So would you recommend writing the paragraph and then titling it? Or would you say title it and then make sure everything you write meets that? Which one do you prefer?
Well, that's not preference for me. That's your choice because it depends on how you're going to put together. When you write something, you got to have an outline. So you put together your outline. From your outline, you've got your topical heading. You've got your topical headings at the top of this. I gave it to you. But here's the point to the topical headings. Everything under them is going to fit that topical heading. And then that C14 is chapter 14 of your book where it tells you about it too. C3 is chapter 3. Paragraphing. One paragraph under a topical heading is fine. If you have more than one, the next paragraph has to connect to the topical heading and to the previous paragraph.
How long should a paragraph be?
Depends on what you write about.
It can be as long.
Paragraphs can be 1 sentence, 5 sentences, 10.
I was trying to.
Although the paragraphs all connected, every sentence in it's clearly connected to the previous. And then when you get done covering that, you move to the next paragraph, you're expanding into a new area. So, a paragraph has a topical sentence. You know what that is?
The introduction statement, the first sentence.
Well, it's not always the first sentence. It can be, but it's the main idea of that paragraph. As soon as you change the main idea. So, example, we had a topical heading about the theories of cognitive development. And that paragraph was about Piaget and Erickson. Say that there's another theory, that could be the next paragraph. So we kind of switch up, but it's still related to the topical heading. All right, so scholarly and active voice, that is covered in your APA manual. And no jargon. Filler, that's where you just add things in. Typically, graduate students don't do this, but undergraduate students, a lot of times there's been studies done on this. At the large universities, they'll test the professor because they'll turn in a paper where they just went and found 15 paragraphs from something and pasted them in the paper just to see if the professor even reads it. Because in a lot of these schools where there's 200 students in a class,
Mhm.
the students are, they're smart enough to know there's no professor's gonna grade 200 papers.
Mhm.
Not gonna happen. So they put them in the test. We're not doing that.
They failed.
Don't just put failure. If they get caught,
Yeah.
if they don't grade it, if the professor just, oh, he turned it in, A, moves on. Unfortunately, that happens. That was my point. I'm not too concerned about it, I mean, but not, that's an extreme example, but don't just add a paragraph or two there because you think it's interesting, but it doesn't pertain to the topic. Okay? If it doesn't fit your outline, it's okay that you wrote it, but don't put it in there. All right, so actually, this is pretty much what we've been talking about right there. All right, next page. You can get as much instruction as you can from me every day when I'm here, and I'll answer questions. But then you've also got this outline and more details of where it's found. And this is kind of your syllabus here. We're looking at, see where we're looking at the class participation, which you're both doing. I want you to ask questions. See, if you weren't, non-participation to me would mean this. You come in and just sit there and play with your telephone, or you don't ask any questions. You're not here, but you both are. Right now, your class participation's an A, but you gotta continue.
Right.
You gotta participate. You gotta say, hey, I need more explanation. You've asked me a lot of questions.
Yeah.
I want you to do that. I can't help you if I don't know what you
Right.
need me to tell you. All right. And I want you to do that. All right.
So this is an outline as well?
Well, yes, it's very similar to the other one. It's giving you the, where you can read about this in the green book, the chapters. And that book tells you a lot of the things that I've been telling you, but it says it in a different way. If I can't connect with you on certain things that I'm talking about,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe even read it and join them,
Right.
and if he does, wonderful.
Okay.
So
Let me ask you a
it's just
question.
another
Do
alternative.
you have this book?
Oh, sure.
Can I borrow it? Because to buy it and then wait for it to come in, it's, class is gonna be over.
You can, but I don't have it with me.
Can I borrow one of the markers?
Sure. Where is it? That is in your car, and it is. It's at home.
So
we
you-
might have a copy in the
Right.
office too, or so you can check that. All right.
So with this outline, it's just, like you said, this just follows the book. So we've already written the outline on top. We've already been, well, not written, we may have started it, right? And as we scroll down,
This
We
tells you
come to
where read
this.
about
okay,
if you need more help.
I was gonna say, so this kind of checks the work that you've already, okay, okay.
It's not adding anything different. It's not new material.
It's just telling you where to find this stuff. That's good.
And that's pretty much it. That's not that much, but that's the assignment and how it's graded and how it fits into your outline and all that.
Tell me again, what's the design?
Method, what you're going to do, what you're going to do. That's like a house. Your method for building it And somebody designed it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you had to have a design.
I got you. I understand. I see exactly what the correlation is between the two outlines. Perfect.
Yeah. I didn't use exactly, excuse me. The top outline is the seminaries.
Okay.
The Joyner book is a little bit different, so it uses different terminology,
But it means the same
like
thing.
methodology and design.
Okay.
See, so it's the same thing, it's just a little bit of nuance difference.
Where are you going?
I thought maybe there'd be a wastebasket in
It's
here.
outside, right outside the door.
Oh, okay.
You want to put that in there?
Sure.
Thank you.
No problem. What else we got here?
Well, she packed too up, huh? She didn't want you hungry at all.
What else she takes good care of?
You trained her well.
Hang on the other way.
She trained you. And it's right outside the door.
Okay. All right, well, enjoy this for a minute or two and we'll this, let me just go.
See it?
Where is the entrance over here by the church?
You know how you go down the hill?
Yeah.
If you make a left, before you get to the light, you make a right, and that's the entrance. It's got like a little box where people stand in.
Oh, you have to park clear on the other side?
No, oh, for the church?
No, for here.
Oh. You said, where's the other entrance?
Yeah, where do you come in to park down there? 'Cause I in the back.
Yeah, I come in through there too, but if you just keep straight, it'll
From
open
the
up.
light, you just go straight and it's down here. in the
Yeah.
wall or something.
Uh-huh,
I just don't see it.
yeah. Hello? Hello? Hi, Susie. I didn't. I'm in class and the teacher just walked out. Okay, thank you. No, I didn't tell her that. I can like, no, I always leave my extension. 1165. Oh. No, I never said that. No, not from home, no. Sure. I'm ready. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mhm. Okay. Okay. Right, okay, okay, yeah, I'll do that.
If
Okay.
you were gonna do a prospectus, I saw
Uh-huh.
the list of, these are the things that need to take place, like you said, collect the committee.
Okay,
Just for my own personal knowledge.
Okay.
We do this class.
Okay. Thank
When
you.
would I
appreciate
try
you,
to collect the
Susie.
committee? After I
All right,
started
I'll see you tomorrow.
proposal
Bye.
or prior to proposal?
All right.
Um, That depends. Probably, I would, if you had just a general topic in mind, see if you can get a professor that would share it. So that adds a couple things to this. It doesn't always work this way, but it's probably best if you find somebody that will be your chair.
So can I ask one question? What is the chair? Because you said there's a committee and a chair. The chair is,
That's the key person,
Oh,
and that's the person you contact. And that's the person that makes any decisions that need to be made,
okay,
such as, that's the person you'll spend most of your time with. A reader will just, especially when it's online like a lot of this is, you may never even meet the person that is
just reading.
a reader, but you email them copies. Your chair will say, okay, here's how you interact with your committee. They'll tell you.
How many people are usually on the committee?
3,
So you asked
but
me,
that can vary.
so hypothetically, I find a chair, and then I would send them the prospectus.
Or proposal,
or
same word.
proposal. Okay.
Prospectus, proposal, the same thing. See, that's joiners using a different term. That's
Okay.
one place where that happens.
And then possibly give them the names of the possible people that you would like to be on the committee. Which would be 2
You
names,
can,
or not yet.
well, see, that's the chairs, that's between you and the chair. And if you say to the chair, I can get along with, you gotta say it in a way that it'll work for you, but you might say, I really respect your work and I want to work with you on this. Are you willing to be my chair? And then if they say yes, and you say, could you suggest some more committee members? Because remember, you want people that chair can work with.
Right, that's awesome.
So if the chair says, yeah, I've got 4 people that I like to work with, you only need 1 or 2 of them to agree to be readers on your committee. You got your committee.
Okay,
So you would get some choice there and have some latitude, and you would also know that those are people that the chair can work with. So that's a key question to ask. Ask the chair, who do you suggest should be on my committee? Because they're not going to suggest people they don't get along with.
right.
Not going to happen. Because they've been through this and they know better.
Okay.
And there's a person that chairs committees that's he's an adjunct faculty member. He's a therapist up in LA, and he does all this online. He's not on campus.
Okay.
He does all this online. And shame on me, but I forget his name. I've worked with him. He's very good, but he does everything by email.
Okay.
I've talked to him twice on the
Maybe
phone.
Dr. Fix.
Dr. what?
Fix. No? Okay. I've got one.
But as both of you are in the therapist line, right? And you have clients, he does too. He might be a fit for you because he understands you. I'm not a therapist. And I don't really, I have some idea of what you do, but I don't really know what you do. Just like you don't really know, you don't know all the details about what I do. It's similar. So he does though. So let me get his name for you when I talk to Dr. Elmore. Or maybe I can find it in my emails. It'll come to me. Let's see. It'll come to me sometime today. It's back here in the back. I always tell people, they say I can't find something. So I tell them, if you looked on the top, just open it up and look on the bottom. It's buried down there someplace. Go find it.
Does the person, okay, let me just get this straight. The chair is the one that works with you after you've written your
Proposal.
mini proposal, and they help you go in a direction. That person you talk to regularly, does that person have to be a doctor?
You already have your master's degree, right?
I'm working on it.
Are you gonna write a master's thesis?
I don't plan on it. I don't want
Then
to.
yes, it has to be a doctorate.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay, so I have some.
but if you're gonna write, if you're working on a master's thesis, master's, and you wanna write a master's thesis, it's the same process.
Yeah, I'm not doing that though,
All right,
because I don't want to be an MFT, so I'm not going for all those hours and whatever. I'm not doing that. I'm not testing, none of that. I probably should test just for the experience, but I don't think I'm gonna test. I need a
Well-
mentor to tell me like what direction.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, what kind of therapist are you gonna be? I'm a marriage and family therapist.
Clinical, just
But what title? And social worker?
psyche.
The MFT, so you'd be a PsyD. So you just want to understand the PsyD, okay? And you don't have to be licensed to do that,
Not if you go straight through it.
right? But you do have to do it for this particular. Okay. I was just wondering.
Yeah, I don't think I have to do a thesis in the master's.
I wasn't saying you did, I was just
No.
wondering if you had, or if that was,
But we're gonna have
and
to talk
it's
about
your
it.
choice on all that. But you did say something key, you probably do need a mentor.
Yeah.
And I'd be happy to talk to you, but I'm not qualified to be a mentor in the side.
But I'm in
that
a
would
master's
be-
program.
Well, that's not the issue. I do not hold any licenses in the psychology area at all. And I've never been a counselor,
What do you
nor have
do?
I ever been a psychologist.
What do you do?
I'm a professor, and my areas of expertise are in education, Christian education, biology. I have a master's degree in biology,
Okay.
and I've taught lots of different biology courses, anatomy, physiology, that doesn't matter, but that's what I did for years. And then I have 2 doctorates, but they're not in psychology, but I probably have more graduate hours in psychology than you do. Probably.
So you probably would be good.
Well, except that what I don't know is this,
Oh,
as a mentor,
Right.
that's all I'm talking about. And this isn't about me, but it's about me giving you good advice.
right.
So
You don't really know the background.
I don't know the ins and outs of what you need to be certified in the state of California in the realm of school psychology or therapy or marriage and family therapy or counseling or any of that. I don't know that stuff. Dr. Elmore does, and so does Dr. Hayden. Either
Right.
one. And if you send them an email and said, could you give me a few hours of mentorship because I have some questions, they'd be happy to do that. So I think, I can't speak for them, but I know them well enough to know that that's what they do. They
Dr.
work with
Ellen
students.
Wu is my mentor. So.
Okay, well, she can answer this question.
Yeah.
All right. And that's a good idea. So, all right.
Okay.
And all we're doing right now is just chatting about things that you need clarification on. So if you got anything else, go for it.
Yeah, I just like to, I'm trying to get my game plan. I'm kind of like a checklist, like I have my checklist and I just go through and fix it. So last night I planned on working on those literature, going over all those articles and starting on reference lists and also the problem statement. That's what I wanted to work on last night. The thing is, at the end of this week, I will have some kind of mini proposal or a mini proposal. So hypothetically, after I get a proposal that I think is decent, I can email the person I would ask to be my chair that proposal. That's step 2.
Quite possibly. I would just, here's my qualification. I'd wait till you got feedback from me.
Oh,
And
yeah,
as
that's
soon
what
as-
I mean.
And if you get a B grade or higher, that's a pretty good clue that it's ready.
Well, of course, that's what I meant, like, I'm
Yeah.
talking like. make
So, I'm not perfect at this, and I've already said that, but this is important. When I evaluate both of you on your proposal, your mini proposals, the grade means a lot. To me, it sends a signal to me. For example, you both need to know this, but the professors all, before they will put somebody on a committee, or before they'll be on a committee, they want to know the student and they want to know their capabilities and they want to know, can they do this? So pretty much you need to understand that if you get an A or a B, I'm saying you're at the level that you're ready to move on. If you don't, then you could email me or you can telephone me and we can have further conversations, or it may be, and once I read your proposal, I may give you specific recommendations as to how you can get help. That's what I've been doing all week on this. I might say, you're close, but you need to go to the writing center. And please understand that you are much better off if I need to bring something to your attention. I'm not talking to either one of you, I'm talking to both of you and in general. But this is the way I approach it. If I bring something to a student's attention, it is well thought out, it's based on years of experience, and it's based on, is this student right now ready to put all this effort into trying to get a committee together and all that stuff? Because it's a lot of time.
Yeah.
And it's doable, but you don't want to do it if you're not ready. You don't want to get a committee and then 3 years from now be all frustrated because you're ABD, because you didn't have the preparation you needed. And if somebody sometime along the line would have just said, you need to spend about 30 hours working on your writing skills. I've said that to students and they did it and they succeeded. And I don't know about either one of you yet. I'm not making any judgments on either one of you. Academic judgments, that's the only judgment I'm talking about, okay? So don't misunderstand me. So it has nothing to do with anything else except your ability to perform at the level needed to complete a dissertation. And that's important to understand because that can get confusing to students and professors can wander off into areas they have no business being in and so on. But to me, I feel like I have a responsibility to each one of you to say, yeah, you're ready, or no, you're not quite, or you're not quite, but this is what you need to do, or you're quite a ways away. So you're going to get some feedback from me that'll be very important.
Now, if you say that and we've written this, do you want us to go back and rewrite it or revise it, or we just take it to the next step?
Typically, that's a good question. Typically, I wouldn't do that. It's too much time. But the other thing is that should a student need extra help, I will let Dr. Ellen Rowe and Dr. Hayden know. I mean, they're the people I report to, and they want to know that because they have the same mindset I have on this very purpose. They want to help you succeed, and so do I. And if I evaluated you and didn't tell you the truth, who does it hurt? You. And it doesn't do anything for me except I haven't been truthful.
Right.
And that's not good. That's not good on either side, is it? All right. So I, in almost every class, I say this to students so they understand what I'm doing. I'm not trying to put anybody down or anything like that. I'm just trying to say, you're ready to do this or you're not. So hopefully both of you are. So we'll see. Yeah.
And we just follow the outline.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's all I'm looking at. I'm not looking at
You follow the outline with your topic, right?
the room.
So, well,
Right.
do we have to write the problem paragraph? first?
Yeah, that's the first thing.
Okay.
Isn't that the first thing in the outline? I think it is.
Okay, let me just see. So, first is the problem.
Do you think that we could possibly, because one thing I really want to do is work on tonight is, I'm trying to get those, at least get a sample, what I would think of a problem statement down, like the 1 or 2 paragraphs, and have you read it. And then, of course, tell me what I need to do to fix it
Yeah.
and sound it down.
I usually do that. I usually do it at the end of today, but that's okay. I don't mean have it today, but tell the students, give me your problem statement. It's just a paragraph or 2, that's all it is. And let me see it. So yes, so if you could give me one by tomorrow, it'd be great.
Okay.
If not, there's no requirement that you get it to me by tomorrow, but it'll help you if you, sooner you get that monkey off your back, the better. I mean, that really is,
So
you don't want him sitting there bugging you.
the problem statement is based on what is wrong, what we think is wrong, or our question, right?
Mhm.
I just gotta remember, can you help me word my question properly? So it's interracial anxiety, so should I say,
Well, that's too broad.
interracial anxiety?
Yeah.
Well, no, yeah, I wanna break it down into the black-white thing. Or black
All
Caucasian
right,
thing.
so your problem statement has to have, what's the elements of it? It's gotta have population, so you just said it. Black, Caucasian, that's your populations. You're looking at, you're doing a comparative study on your question across 2 groups, blacks and Caucasians.
Okay,
But that's too global, because are you gonna go out and test every black person and every Caucasian person in the world?
no,
So what's next? You're narrowing it. So who's your population? That's your large population. Who are you testing?
it's like black people from a certain place, huh?
Sure. And Caucasians. Like you talked about yesterday, what we talked about, policemen
Right,
in San Diego County?
Right.
Or where do you live again?
I didn't compare this still.
All right, so policemen, there's gonna be your population. Policemen in Paradise Hills Police District, or whatever it's
Okay.
called. That's your population, if you can get access to it.
But I only want,
For this proposal, you don't have to have access to it,
okay.
because you're not gonna go actually do the research. So you can just get the proposal done, and then if you get access, wonderful. If you can't, I can't control that.
So you say get access, meaning going to the police department?
No,
No.
meaning getting that police, the head of that department, whoever it is, chief
Chief,
or
uh-huh.
whatever they call it, I don't know. Each one's different. So whatever they call that person. And actually, my wife and I talked about this very proposal that you were talking about yesterday.
Mhm.
And my wife said, there's no way you're gonna get any police chief anywhere in this country to give you access to do that. Now, she is a school psychologist,
Right.
a counselor, years of experience. She works in Lynchburg city schools with the police department, and that was her opinion. Now,
Okay.
does that mean you shouldn't do this? No, but I'm telling you, that's one of your what? That's a limitation. That's a possible stopper of the whole thing. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't do this mini proposal and try to do it.
Right. So, but can I just change from police to like any white Caucasian person? Because I guess what we were talking about last night is if there's a room full of white people and a black person walks in, the white people stop. And it gets silent. And then everybody's looking at you.
Okay, but.
And then in opposite, if there's a room full of black people and a white person walks in, they're welcome. Go on in, high five, bro, or whatever. You know? But in the Caucasian, that doesn't happen. So I'm just wondering if I'm coming up with a population to work
I'm
with.
just walking and thinking. So, all right,
Okay.
so go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, if I'm working with the population, like, I can just go and talk to Caucasians. Make up what is that?
Well, you could. but that's not how the research process works.
Okay, okay,
You have to define your population.
okay.
And just to say Caucasians, there's 4 billion of them on this planet. So,
So I gotta get them in a certain place, huh? Is that what you're saying?
no, you gotta get a population, a group of people, black or white, Caucasian, that doesn't matter, but you got a group of people that you have access to, that fits what you want, that'll help you answer your question.
Okay.
And what is your question? That's what we're missing here, I think. 'Cause
So that's what I was saying. I think I wanted you to help me
yeah, that's what we're working on. So
Okay,
what is
figure it
it?
out.
What are you interested in studying?
finding out.
Mhm.
So I still ultimately am into what about Black people scares you? But I can't word it like that. So, wait, give me two seconds. What I ended up doing was talking to somebody and he came up with interracial anxiety. Like, I couldn't remember like the whole sentence that he said though,
So what are the causes of interracial anxiety
between
between
Blacks and white.
black police officers and white police officers? Do you think that police officers, as a whole group, there's gonna be blacks and Caucasians, that they have interracial anxiety right there? And are you interested in studying that? If so, that's your question. See how that worked? You
But
see how that worked, or stop right there and just, do you see how I connected that? Then you can get to the question you're interested in. See, I can help you develop this, but I'm not sure that's gonna help you much because it's got to be your interest.
that is my interest.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Because like I said, ultimately, I want to know what about Black people scares you? And if I go like maybe a roundabout way and talking to both Black officers as well as white officers, then it's not, and this is the question, then it doesn't necessarily point fingers, or is it pointing fingers? Or is it exposing some, or could it?
To me, it's not,
Okay,
and to you, it's not.
okay, so,
But that's me and you.
okay, so this is the soft
But we walk,
version.
you walk into a room that say there's 20 black people that are officers, police officers, and there's 20 Caucasian officers. And you start asking that question. There's gonna be some there that they're not gonna like it.
Right,
And I can't control that, neither can you.
right,
That's the problem.
okay. See,
And
wait,
so you're not gonna get access to them. They're not gonna allow you to do that. It's a closed society.
okay,
It's a closed group.
so what if I did the population of like a white church and a Black church?
There you go.
Would that
There you go.
work?
Misha, join us in this conversation because you can give another perspective different than mine. Possibly. I think that might even be better.
I think one major issue that I see with your statement is you're using universals. You're using all white people, all black people. Because I can tell you, I know that side of it,
Right.
but that's not personally like I told you yesterday, I told her yesterday, I would like to see her go somewhere like there are certain characteristics about a person's personality that are scary. Like I was thinking about you on my way home. I wonder if there's a scale where you could have people look at a sheet of paper and it shows pictures of body types, builds, and they could say how they feel when they see this or if they saw this. But of course, these body types which are kind of objective, and they could be, because really, biologically, the races are not different, and like physically, or characteristics, a person who speaks loudly, a person we were talking about the cultural differences in personality type. Like African Americans tend to be more animated.
Yeah.
We're a little louder, we're a little more
I heard.
free, things like that. I would wonder if those qualities, because they're not usually found in this other race, if those are, because really, like I like to travel the world. I like how you said you're not African American yet. I like to tell people I'm Black American because in Africa, I'm not African.
Right.
I'm American.
Right.
My personality, my demeanor, even I remember last time I was there, I got so mad. Everybody stares at you. And that's just normal. They like to stare. And my husband, I said, I hate these people staring at me. He says, well, you have so many facial expressions. They can't help but stare at you. You have a lot of facial expressions. Their demeanor is different.
Right.
But the African American has a particular demeanor. And it's portrayed in media. It's portrayed in music. It's portrayed, there are those implicit bias. I would wonder if you would do better looking at the characteristics that could be perceived as fearful. And also, I would wonder if you could move away from the universal instead of using all.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe zone it down to some, like even the police population. What if you talk to policemen who are retired? They don't really have much to lose.
Right.
Or police officers who have left the force. Or zone it down to a particular type. African American police officers who have retired. Just zone it down some. I mean, that's what I would think.
Very good, thank you. But now your church thing, it has some merit too, because I attend a four-square church.
Mm-hmm.
And I stand up in front of that church and lead worship along with a female pastor,
Mm-hmm.
a wonderful Black lady stands right next to me that has a voice like an angel, and two other Caucasians, and then in that congregation, there are a number of Black people and a number of Caucasians. So, see, when you see things right now, and maybe doing this dissertation will change your perspective entirely, but you kind of see things as they're really far apart.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree. In some things we are. Our ability as a Caucasian race to love your race and your race to love us is greatly lacking on both sides.
Right.
And you may think, and actually I believe this, that the Blacks have a greater ability to love the whites than the white does in general.
Right.
But see, that's a generality.
Right. Okay.
All right. So exactly what she said. You've got to narrow it, and a dissertation is not about generalities, and it's not about big picture things. It's about what right down where the nitty gritty, right where the rubber meets the road, right down there at the bottom in these populations that you're choosing. What's really going on? And maybe that'll help you as we keep chewing on this, because a lot of what we're doing in this class this week is we're chewing on these things. And you're going to leave here Friday. And if you don't have a great problem statement, it's no big deal. I mean, if you have one that's good enough to get you through this class to move to the next step, that's what you need for this class.
Right.
But you have what you do need to leave here with is a perspective on how do I do this for the dissertation. And that's really what I'm about. So I hope that you're seeing right now that what we're doing is we're chewing on this. We're when you chew on something, you break it into smaller parts and you analyze what is it that I need to do. What about my thinking is right, and I can deal with it. But what do I need to add to that to get to this next step? So how do I bring all these parts together? And that's what has to happen to writing a good problem statement. And have we helped you? I hope we have.
Yes.
All right.
We have.
And again, if you can get it by tomorrow, just so I can look at it, fine. I'm not going to grade it tomorrow.
Right. Okay.
So what do you have to lose? You bring it in here and we chew on it again and you spit it out. Who cares?
Right. Okay.
Spit it out and start over, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I like what you said about the,
Yeah, I really
looking at the
She
characteristics.
brought a different perspective. That's good.
Yeah,
Yeah, because I do believe, I do believe that your personality plays so much in the way, like. in
I know, I
sociology.
get so excited about it, yeah.
Yeah, you know, because in sociology, I have this thing, it says, I have the ability to manage the way you perceive me. So if I walked in here and I had a white coat on, it's like, so you would think I was a doctor,
Right,
a medical doctor. I do think that a lot of times our own, when I say me, are like African American. It's our own presentation, but that's just the way we are.
right,
But could be perceived as grateful. But it could just be, that's just the way we are. We're funny, we're like loud, we're crazy.
right.
That doesn't mean I'm gonna kill you. It's just different. So I would like to see more of like the characteristics that this group might find intimidating, and then correlate that to the common average African American.
Okay, so how should I title it, what?
Oh, shoot, I don't know. I'm over here
Characteristics?
struggling by myself. I don't know. Dr. Decker.
Yeah, see, that's, all right, that's a good point. You're wanting to write it right now, you're not ready yet. You need to go get a few articles to kind of add to it.
Oh, to kind of, but I mean,
Flesh it out. So but your general question has to do with, what was the 2 words?
oh, interracial
Yeah, you can start there,
anxiety.
but what does interracial anxiety mean? That is a very global,
Right.
you see that, right? So, right down the line, what am I doing? I'm adding to it,
Oh, okay,
all the way down the line.
okay.
So go to the library today
Um,
and maybe just get 3 or 4 articles that have in the title interracial anxiety, and see what they're talking about. See what groups they put on. See what groups they're studying.
Okay.
And go from there. And that'll help you a lot right there. That's what she did, isn't it?
Yeah, I did. I think I got my line. Can I go to it?
Sure.
It's not finished, but this is the
No,
first
I
one.
don't expect.
Mental health organizations have struggled with effectively increasing client engagement amongst members of the African American community.
Stop right there.
Mhm.
That is background, and that's wonderful. That's a good start. That's the first sentence. Do you see that? That's not your problem statement, but that's the background.
Yes. And the next
All right,
one-
next. Go
Well,
ahead.
that's not my line.
Well, but that's your start. Now, what are you gonna study out of that?
I forgot what I was looking
Yeah,
for.
see, what's your question related to that?
I
Because
was-
that's the background of the problem. Now, what question about that do you want to answer?
That's what I was trying to make a list of my questions last night. There's so many, so many
Read that
questions.
again. Go with this, follow it step by step.
Mental health organizations have struggled with effectively increasing client engagement.
Stop. See, what's her focus? Mental health organizations.
Mhm.
But she hasn't narrowed that much yet. She's gonna have to say something about its Kern County specific, but she doesn't need to do that right here.
Okay,
This is broad, and she's gonna start narrowing. Start up here. Here you go, right down, and you go step by step by step by step, and don't get ahead of yourself. You can't go from here to here, which is what you're trying
right,
to do.
okay,
Can't do it.
okay.
Nobody. It's not you personally.
Right,
That's just not the process.
Okay.
All right. So you're up here. Next, read.
Then I think I was gonna go with something specifically, this has become this has become an increasing issue for the county of Kern.
There you go.
And
And they have so you're talking about so you set the problem, you're setting your background, then you say, here's what is needed and the importance. So I'm going to answer this question to help them come back to what they're supposed to be doing. There, you got it.
I do,
Step.
I'm trying to make it work.
Good. Just go out here and start on the top step. Put what goes on the top step, what goes on the top step. Your first foot. Your right foot. And put your left foot, because you drag it behind. It had something with it, now you drag it behind, now you put two of them together. Then you do that again. Start on step 1, and you go to about step 5, and you got it. And you'll have 4 or 5 sentences, and you got it. But you're on that top step, and you're 63 years old like I am. I'm not going to go from the top to the bottom unless I want to break my leg, and I don't want to. So I'm going to do one step at a time. That's why the book says step-by-step process.
Yes, I was gonna list out all of my questions and see which ones you thought were like the best questions.
I'd be happy to do that. And remember, you can have more than one question. You can have sort of a, I don't say it that way. I'm looking for a different word than global, but you can have the larger problem, and you say, for my purposes, I'm going to divide it into 3 research questions, something like that. So you can do that.
I saw the green book said that.
Yeah, you can do that, but it's all right. If you can get a hold of the director, that person you were talking to today pretty much said you had permission, right?
Well, I emailed. Yeah, so I should come.
Okay, you know what? If you said, okay, it looks like I've got permission, and in a 5-minute conversation with that director, you could say to them, what are the 3 things you want to know? What are the 3 most important things that you want to know that will help you do what you want to do? Which is, number 1, not have to give their money back, and number 2, serve the, and it may be in a different order, but number 2, serve the they call it African American.
Yeah, that's what I call it.
There's an issue right there, actually.
Don't know. That's what,
Because they're not all African Americans. Some of them are just Black Americans, just like you just said.
yeah, that's a big thing.
And see, to me, I wouldn't have I been exposed to that, and do I know something about it? Yes, but not enough to immediately recognize that's part of their problem. If they got a grant from the state of California and that specifically says African American, that's part of the problem.
I thought about that.
And of those people that you said that had gone for services, were they all African American, or were they just blacks?
Oh, I don't believe they discriminate on. It's all one
See,
group.
well, see that. To me, that's kind of important, but I don't know if it's worth the time to go into in your dissertation or not. But it's kind of like that's a state problem.
And that's what I was gonna say, wouldn't that go back to like you know how we categorize and find things like that? The fact is, there is a difference between African Americans and Black Americans.
Sure.
Because when I've gone to Europe, I could travel. And when they look at me, they say, she's American. I'm just a Black American. That's my culture. That's what I eat. That's what I celebrate my holidays. The morals I have. I'm just a Black American. I share that with them. But that would be more, that's I can't.
Yeah, anyway. You know, this is a side note, but I gotta tell you this. No, I don't have to. But my wife and I love to travel, and we have gone back and forth between Virginia and out here. This was our 11th trip. We drive in an RV and we camp out at Santee Lakes, which you may not know what it is, but you probably do, right?
What?
Santee Lakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a popular campground for various,
For white people,
no, but various groups that
Yeah.
are interested in camping. That the reason I was saying that had nothing to do with what, but it has to do with this, that there are people that actually live there year round in the camp. It's pretty neat that they can do that. They have some rules and regulations. But anyway, to get to my point, when we travel across the country, we saw a number of things that just, it drove my wife crazy. But I was telling her, and I think it was in We went from Arkansas to Oklahoma, Oklahoma to Texas, Texas to New Mexico, Mexico to Arizona. It was either New Mexico or Arizona. And we're driving 70 miles an hour down Interstate 40. And sitting over here to the side is a sign that had to have 200 or 300 words in it.
What did it say?
Well,
Gotta read all that.
exactly.
While you're driving.
So I said to my wife, I said, did you see that sign? She said, yeah, I said it. I said, does that tell you anything? She said, oh, no. That's exactly what she said, because she knew I was about to pontificate. So I said to her, I said, that tells you that some of these people that are doing this signage for this interstate are clueless. Because has anybody ever read that? Because it was on the interstate out, it was west of Flagstaff, and if you know anything about that area, it's desolate. So nobody walked out there to read it. So nobody's ever read that sign. And they probably cost them $1,000.
Yeah.
And they wonder why the state's broke.
Wow.
And I said to my wife, they wonder why the state's broke, number one. And then number two, they have, either they think we're all speed readers, or what they wrote doesn't really need to be read. Now, which one of those stupid things is it? And she said, you should go on TV and talk about that. And I said, well, maybe I will. But anyway, because that tells you about America. What we've lost, and the same thing applies to this, what we're talking about. Blacks, whites, Caucasians, how we classify. We've lost all common sense.
Yeah.
This is a common sense thing. For the state of California to give a grant based strictly on African Americans, whoever wrote that probably had no clue that it's for Black Americans too, I would suspect, and some of them you aren't offended by, but some Black Americans may be offended by. That could be, actually that does fit, because that could be one of the reasons that they rejected it.
Yeah.
Could be.
Because I don't want to be called African American. And if I come into your clinic or, to seek services and you got me down as African American, number one, I'm gonna check you. And then number two, I may not come back because you think that I'm African.
And it may be offensive.
I'm not an African at all.
Well, and a lot of Africans over there, they're offended. If you call, I know a lot here, you call them African American, they're like,
Now, see, there is something that actually has importance. If it could cause the state of California on just that one little issue to get their act together, look what you've done. You've made a positive impact on society. So actually, that does fit. Now, whether or not you want to go down that route, it's up to you, but that fits.
it's a rabbit hole. Because
Well, no, it could be in your survey instrument. Remember, you can have one question, but your survey instrument might have several questions used to answer that question. So one of the questions might be, for example, you might do a survey, and you might say, are you Black? Do you, the person you talk to, classify yourself as Black American, African American, Caucasian, whatever group you're, or other, or something like that. And then the questions will all be subcategorized, and you do a correlation between those different groupings based on race with your other questions like, were you offended in any way? Did you go back? Are you going to go back? Would you go back if they changed this policy? That's what you're looking at, isn't it?
yes, that is.
There you go. So you can get that in, and it doesn't have to be a big part of this, but it can still be a subset of what you're studying.
Yeah, when you were saying that, I was thinking, all the demographic forms that we all fill out for state and everything. Maybe this is how they came to the point where it says, are you a white Hispanic or Hispanic? You know how they really break that, and I never understood. Or like it'll say, are you Black with non-Hispanic?
Yeah.
Like they make sure that they put that Hispanic qualification in there.
What is that about?
But I didn't think about it.
A lot of things. One is that our government, I like to call it the regulation nation. Every day our government in DC, which is too close to me from my country. I live about 300 miles from there, and I'd like to move a lot further away. But anyway, to me, their perspective, and it has nothing to do with Obama, it's the Congress and the Senate, because they're the ones that make the laws. So anyway, just so you may, I want you to know, it's not about race, nor is it about the current president. The issue is all these regulations they're making, which they are regulating us so much, but they do it. You ask the question, what's this about? They break all this stuff down and they put it in a database, and they will give funding on certain things if you're Hispanic, or if you're Black, or if you're Caucasian, or if you're this, or if you're that, and then other groups won't get that funding. That's not right.
You know, my
That's just
nephew worked for a housing, you know, he would give people apartments and stuff.
HUD?
Yeah, it was a HUD project, and they let Mexicans in that were undocumented, that didn't have social security cards, just different qualifications. Let's say there were 5 qualifications that if these Mexicans met, they got the apartment. Black people, low income, elderly, it was an elderly building. Couldn't get in.
See, that's the problem.
Couldn't get in. And you know, I always say, God, can they leave us room to get stuff?
Yeah,
You
it's not
know?
right.
But I think that's true for actually a lot of Americans, because even in my organization, we serve Hispanic. I work for clinics here in Vista. Very geared purpose statement for Hispanic community. So now, especially in the last month, anybody who comes here undocumented has access to care. Now every child gets Medicare. A pregnant woman comes here, she gets full medical benefits. Her child is taken care of. Her pregnancy is taken care of, undocumented. So, but then you look at Americans that's on the street, you look at who can't get anything. So it is a systemic problem that I don't understand. And I always tell people, you know, the president has a wonderful personality. I love, you know, that, but the policies is what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
The policies are not.
Well, not just him.
It's government,
Our
period.
Senate is so messed up, it's ridiculous.
They need to push them guys out and get a younger generation in there.
Something. But yeah, it's a.
All right, I enjoyed talking to you, and we can do more of this, but I don't want to try to get through this.
Oh, sorry.
No, you don't, no, I'm just refocusing. It's not about, you don't need to be sorry, no problem. Let's just go to, did we leave off? Oh. Yeah. I was trying to figure out, yeah, we did. So we're ready for, now, you have this on your computer now?
Yes.
And you can look up here, this is fine, you don't have to do anything, but I'm just saying, you have this now. And you'll have it tomorrow, or you have it,
I
you
have
both
it,
have it.
yeah.
All right, so, yeah, all right,
Can you put it up there?
yes,
Okay.
that's what I'm, oh, is it up there now?
No.
No, oh, I gotta turn it off, that would help.
Okay. Look, okay, turn it on.
See the red? Yes, I guess it goes off on some, because I don't think.
There it goes, blue.
Westinghouse. That's very old. I didn't know they still make it. All right. Now, in a sense, your mini proposal that we talked about here over lunch, the outline, the drafting of that, a draft. What am I going to write? That's what we've been talking about. And how? How am I going to write it? What am I going to write? See, again, for you online, we're back to it here. And we're continuing where we left off this morning in the PowerPoint presentation on review of literature. And what slide number? Are we on? Let me touch that real quick. We are on slide 22. All right. All right. So we want to consider this question. What exactly am I going to write? Well, we have an outline, don't we? And you're going to write about topical headings in the outline. So that's first thing. So an overview. To help you approach this draft that you're working on this week with this mini proposal in a manageable fashion. Now, that's very important. It's got to be manageable. You only got a few days left here. We're going to address the topics that you see there. And
What is the
One-
first one called?
exigency.
What does that mean?
All right, we're going to define that in just a moment. All right. We're going to define each one of these
Okay.
in 5 slides here as we go. All right. Now, these are areas of the review of literature. So these go in the review of literature. But these aren't actually topical headings, but this is what you're going to do to get it organized. All right, the problem statement or a thesis statement is the argument about the literature. It's the argument that you're going to present about that you were just talking about, and about your racial tensions, which you're talking about, or racial anxiety.
Yeah.
That's probably, but we can talk about that. All right, so you offer an argument. You're the one doing this. You're going to offer an argument and an assessment of the literature. So you offer an argument. When you say argument, there's 2 sides. You're offering an argument for or against certain aspects of your problem statement based on what you read in the literature and based on the critical assessment of the literature. Because you are actually assessing the literature. That's your job. You're taking what other people have written and you're thinking about it and you're saying, yeah, I agree with this, or no, I don't. You have the latitude to go either direction. All right. And you provide an overview of this scholarly conversations. That's what these are. These are scholarly conversations about the topic, which is kind of what we've been talking about in your aspect. So the word scared is a legitimate term, and they very well may have that fear or be scared. But that's not the scholarly way of putting it. It's more of the anxiety. But not only that, when you bring it into the realm of anxiety, what does it do? It brings it into the realm of psychology and into the realm of the DSM, Diagnostic Statistical Manual. And it brings me to another point that I want to make sure I get in for you. I want you and I to talk to Jennifer today, and she has a book that has scales, instruments for measuring anxiety.
Okay, good.
And we'll look at it, and it's religious based, so it may have your black, white,
Right.
it may have something like that.
Okay.
That solves a lot of your problems,
Okay.
if that's what
Right.
I do, but it may or may not.
Okay.
I've looked at that numerous times and I can't remember. It's about 1,000-page book, so
Wow.
I don't remember all of it. I think the author's name's Hill. I remember that much. Jennifer knows what I'm talking about. As soon as I mention it, she's got a better one. She's younger than I am. All right. And you're going to point out the gaps or the weaknesses in the literature, and you're going to relate the literature to the larger study. We've gone over this several times. I'm only going to hit the highlights here. I'm not going to go through the detailed noise. But here's another problem statement. And it's a simple one. Remember, and it says, in spite difficulties, we believe that pre-service elementary art teachers and classroom teachers need some knowledge of the stage theories of child development. Then this person goes on to review theories of development. Okay, so that's a review of theory. That's a theoretical based problem statement. and they're not doing statistics. I'm gonna skip that one, this one right here, let's see, I think it's too long, yeah, that's not. Neither is that for our purposes. All right, now, how do we organize this animal called the review literature? This is slide 27.
27.
Yes. It's a very important slide, and there are 5 ways to do this. It's your choice, and it's based on the literature that you get. And I'm going to cover each one of these 5 in a slide or 2. And then you will come back to this, and once you get a few articles put together, you'll figure out which one of these best fits your study. And you don't know what these are right now, but shortly you will. They're not really that difficult, but they're about this. You're going to write a review of literature. How do you organize it? That's what we're talking about. And there's 5 approaches to doing this. All right. That's slide 27. All right. Topic. It's the most common. So, you've got your problem statement. What would be a topic in there? What would be one topic?
Oh, engaging African Americans.
There you go. So that would be one section. That'd be a major part of your outline. That'd be like a Roman numeral. And then under it would be what? Several topical headings related to engaging African Americans from the literature. If you use this approach. So this is the most common. This is a way of organizing the review of literature. And it breaks the field being psychology or whatever, into a number of subfields, subject areas, or approaches. So you're analyzing, you're breaking it into its parts, and you're doing it by topics.
So then my most common approach would be what? Like something like how to.
No, we don't know yet.
Oh, okay.
We don't know which approach you're going to use, but this is the most common approach. If you had 30 dissertations in front of you, most of them would be arranged. The review of literature would be arranged topically. See, here's a review of literature that Karen Cook wrote, and let's see how she did this. Her review of literature. So how do I know where it's at? I go to the table of contents. And chapter 2, review of literature, starts on page 8. All right, but we don't even look at this. We don't even need to go to the actual review because what are these? Are these topics?
Yes.
She arranged it topically.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the only way to do this. But look, what's the first topic? So everything about curriculum for school board members related to whether or not they want to take creation or not and put it in the school that relates to that goes under that topic this year. The next one, what is it?
Members regarding creation, the role of school board members.
That's a topic, right? See, so she arranged this one topically. Let's look at another. All right, this is a dissertation by Skook. It doesn't matter really, but what we got, current, what does that say?
Status of evolutionary theory.
All right, and what are these, topics or something else?
Looks like topics, the
All right.
expansion of Darwinism, modern
So this is the most common. I picked 2 and they're both, that one's mine, it's also topical. Venge's is topical. Karen Cook's is, Abrina Tompkins is topical. Anyway, so this is the most common one. So let's see how this works. So this would be the most likely one that you'll choose of the 5.
Okay.
But we're going to learn that there's possibility that you could do one of these others. So, all right, you discuss each subsection individually, sometimes with critiques of each. So you've got your 5 articles in front of you, and they all have topical headings in the articles, right, that you're doing. And you start noticing how they're similar across there, and you pick your topical headings from the literature. You don't have to make them up. You pick them from the literature that fits your research. And then you discuss it in each subsection or each, you got a Roman numeral and then you got the subsection under it, which is the topical heading. And then when to use. This type of organization, topical, is most useful for organizing a large body of literature that does not have 1 or 2 studies that stand out as the most important or clear chronological. Neither one of you will be likely to have 1 or 2 studies that sets the whole tone for your study. It's not likely. I can tell you that already based on what I saw yesterday just by preliminary research. Now, I could be wrong. I said it's not likely. So it's likely that this will be your approach, but let's look at what other possible approaches there are, okay? Right after we finish this. Typical language. Now, here's where I'm actually giving you sentences, how you start the sentences to write this. 3 important areas of this field have received attention, A, B, and C. See how you did that? So you've got some topical heading that comes out of the literature that is topical in nature. Your organization of the entire review is topical in nature. And you're going to divide it, you're going to outline it, and you're going to have these topical headings. And you find 3 articles that are related, so you say 3 important areas of this field of psychological study or of mental health organization studies or whatever have received the following attention. Or A has been approached from 2 perspectives, F and G. The most important developments in the term of B have been. C has been an important area of study in this field. Stop right there and let it sink in. I'm not in a hurry. I'm going to be here till whatever time it is. Yes or no? When you're ready, we'll go. If you got questions, please talk to me.
So that's slide 29.
Yes. It's going back to slide 27, which the idea here is you're going to, how do I arrange my review of literature? How do I approach it? And you're going to write topically. You're going to get the topics out of the literature that you have in front of you. And you're going to arrange it in topical headings, like we've been talking about, and then just see how they fit together. All right. Distant to close. This is another way of arranging the whole thing. So we're moving on now. This is another way. And it's a type of topical organization with the studies grouped by their relevance to current research. You might find that there are several studies that are more relevant than others, but they're still relevant, that second group. So you go distant to close. What exactly does that mean? It starts by describing studies with general similarities to current research and ends with most relevant to the specific topic. So you found 14 articles and 4 of them are related but not very well. And the other 10 are much more related. So you describe those first 4 distant. They're a little bit distant from your topic, but they still fit, but they don't add a lot to it. So that's kind of a judgment. This is a little harder to do than topical, but it could fit if you find that there's a few, you go through it 2 or 3 times and you say, you know what, there's there's 10 studies here, and there's 4 of them that really are on the periphery, but they say a couple things that I want to say. So you put them in there by themselves, and then you integrate the ones that are most relevant. So you got 2 sections, so to speak. When to use. Most useful for studies of methods or models. Neither one of you are going to develop a model, I don't think. Although you know what could develop out of yours? A model. But you need to do your research first. If you could show how this anxiety is real and what some of the underlying factors are that you won't find the cause statistically, because remember, statistics don't prove cause, they just tell you the likelihood of it being cause. So, but you might be showing something that could lead somebody down the line to the development of a model as to how blacks and Caucasians should interact with each other. And, you know, and that model could be put out there, and it might say something like this. Caucasians need to learn that if they walk into a room with a group of blacks in it, that they're accepted and they need to reciprocate in the opposite direction, something like that. And but that's more of a model of how they behave. Anyway, but this type of distant to close is for methods or models. All right.
What, that's slide 30.
Yes. All right, and then distant to close, typical language. See how they set this up? Method or model M addresses. So you put it in the language of what. So since you're not doing a methodology study or a model, you're not going to use this. But if you were, that's drawing upon model or method N can help. What? This study applies the procedure used in model or method O. All right? All right, let's move on. Debate. This is a third way of organizing your review literature.
Yeah, I asked you that too, about it being a debate.
All right, and this is how it's defined. It's another type of approach, but it has a chronological component. It goes from older to more recent. Emphasizes various strands of research in which proponents of various models openly criticize one another.
That's like black-white, right? Because if a white walks into a room, they're accepted, but if a black walks into their room, they're criticized. No?
Yeah, but what you're saying is true. But
It does not
but
fit
it
here.
well, why doesn't it fit? What does it say? The emphasis is on various strands of research.
Well, I could
What
just
you're
look-
talking about is just a general thing that happens.
But I can,
It's real,
I mean, I'm sure I can find research on it though, right?
probably. And that was never the issue either. And I'm not telling you shouldn't do it.
Right.
And I don't want to miscommunicate, so I'll make sure you understand. I'm saying that the way you're describing it needs to be in terms that you will find in the literature. And didn't we type? Didn't you type something like that in and didn't find anything?
I don't remember.
Why don't
yesterday.
we?
Yeah,
Give Jennifer today your
original topic.
Yeah, what
Okay.
you were wanting to do, and so let's see what comes up.
Okay.
And it's quite possible I'm totally wrong.
I mean, I'm not blaming you. or anything.
I understand
And I
that, but
understand your point
I'm
of
giving you
view.
flexibility, and I'm
Right.
saying, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sorry, because I mean, I know I'm sticking to this because it's like, that's what I really, really, really want to know. Like, why do we intimidate people when we walk in the room? Why?
Oh, okay,
Why?
that's not the
you know?
same thing.
Well, why?
Intimidating somebody and scaring them, that's not the same thing.
Okay. So maybe I should use intimidate?
Possibly, or use both. Use both. Let's let Jennifer put those two terms in there as search terms, or let her give you advice on how that should be done,
Okay.
because that's where she's an expert,
Gotcha. Okay.
and she's an expert on the thesaurus and the terms and
Right.
how you use nuances of different terms. And I'm not.
Okay.
So if I'm wrong, I apologize.
No.
And if I'm right, it doesn't matter
I
either.
just thank you for your opinion, because, I mean, it just may not be able to work.
But it
Am I
might.
stuck on it? Unfortunately, like, yeah, because I want to know, you
All right.
know?
And maybe that will.
Maybe we can just put, okay.
All right. All right, when do we use this, the debate thing? When? So each slide, we're looking at 5 ways to organize your review of literature. And when do you use them? The first one was the most common, and it was topical, and you use that in general most of the time. So we saw why. Now, this is most useful when clear opposing positions are present in the literature. So you might use this way of organizing your review of literature if that ends up being the topic.
Okay.
You might. All right, so what does it mean to do this? So this is slide 32. And what does it mean to set this up as a debate? Well, is there, what's interesting is if there is this debate going on in the literature, who's publishing it? Whites or blacks or both? And I don't know how you get that information either, because sometimes you can look at a person's name and tell, but a lot of times you can't. So I don't know how you know that either.
Well, sometimes with, like my boss, he did his dissertation on a methadone clinic. Well, the methadone clinic hired him to do the research. And when they published it a certain way because his findings actually found that pregnant women who use methadone, their children did worse mentally than children who were actually exposed to just heroin. But because the methadone clinic paid for it, they didn't really say that. So they had all these great things to say about methadone. He did his for a company, I think it's called IFB, something like that, in San Francisco. And I always ask him, but the people don't know that. He says they knew that, but they just chose not to write that part. So I always look at the organization who owns it. Like you said, my company, Kern County, does not want to know a lot of things like, oh, this is the real reason. Like the police department, they don't want to expose internal racism being taught. So why would they hire you to do this research? They don't want to know it. But I mean, I would not question who wrote it, but I would question who paid for it.
Right. But still, the author has a bias. Well, and so does the organization, so that's right, but that's a study in itself. I'm not saying you need to go down that track, but that's very interesting. The biases in the literature. Yeah, that's a whole can of worms. I'm going to bury the can. All right. How do you, if you're using this, how do you state this? There have been 2, 3, or 4 distinct approaches to this problem. That'd be a sentence to get you, and then you write it. Or the first model posits or says this. The second model argues that the first model is wrong for these reasons. Instead, the second model claims. See, what are you doing? You're comparing and contrasting within your review of literature, within the debate setting. You're putting, since you're looking at a debate, you're organizing your review of the literature around the debate itself. See what that may fit yours. It's a little too early to tell you. All right, how about chronological? This lists the studies in terms of chronological development. That's pretty simple. This is a simple one to understand, but when we use it here, we'll see is important. When you use this one, it's useful when the field displays clear development over a period of time, a linear progression, a paradigm shift. So here's something that might fit what you're talking about has there been a progression or a shift in the way blacks perceive whites or whites perceive blacks since President Obama came in? See how that fits? That's chronological in nature. So you go back before we had a black president, we never had one. Now we have one. Sets up a whole different scenario. Both good and bad. It's got all the characteristics of even if it was a white president. Good and bad. But it's a whole different, it's a paradigm shift. And has there been a change in whatever groups you're talking about during that time and I don't know who you pick and how they be related to this and how you show all that, but see how that fits though chronologically as an example that kind of is playing off of what you're talking about. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And how you do all that is beyond me right now, but if I start thinking about it, I might be able to. Anyway. That's what's interesting about all this. So you can chew on it and you can chase this rabbit up that hill and then he gets to the top of the hill and you throw him off. Or you get up there and you like what you find and you grab him just before he starts to go down the hole. You won't let him. You grab him by the neck and shake him and say, no, come back here.
Come back.
All right. Chronological language. This subject was first studied by X, who agreed or found. In 1943, Y modified, extended, contradicted X's work by. Today, research by Z represents the current state of this subject or field.
Okay. Yeah.
That's your chronological type of language. See, these typical language slides, there's several of these in there. When you're ready to start actually writing, go back and look at these. And it'll really help you formulate your sentences. And it will help you formulate them in such a way that they're correct all along all those different lines. There's several things that we talked about, like these will keep you away from jargon. These will give you the right adjectives. These will give you acceptable research words. These typical language slides and they will give you structure that's worded correctly as far as verb tense and so on and so forth. So all that's in there. That's built into this. So again, these are very helpful. All right, seminal study characteristics. It begins with a detailed description of an extremely important study. The dissertation. You find one study that's right on target. So you would organize, so you would review that dissertation, which is a compilation of a whole bunch of articles. So that's a detailed description, and it's the most important one. And your later work is organized using another pattern.
That's a question.
Yeah.
So we do this, we write this problem, right? And if the problem is good enough, we can then go on to our dissertation, or
Well, you go to the chair that accepts it. You gotta have a chair.
why do you say bullseye for the first?
That bullseye is a dissertation that's right on target with your study. You're going to do a literature search, and dissertations will come up. She can tell you she had some come up yesterday. And in the title, if you find a dissertation you look at the title and it almost matches your research,
Mhm.
that's a bullseye.
Okay.
And once you've got that, somebody's already researched all those articles. All those references then fit
Okay.
your topic. It's a bullseye. It's right on target. It's
Okay.
bingo.
Okay.
You're in. You jump up and down and say, yay, I got it.
Okay.
Then you do it. Then you just simply review that and you'll add later work to that. That's the second part of your review. And what's the later work? Everything that was written that's referring to this dissertation from the day it was written forward, which if, say you found a bullseye and it's 2015, there's not going to be much.
Right.
So you're going to have two parts to your review of literature. You're going to review that dissertation,
Mhm.
and then you're going to review those research articles related to that from 2015 to today. There might only be 5 of them or 10 of them or whatever.
And then I can put that in my, like I can start my dissertation with that? When you hit a bullseye or?
Well, no, you have to go through all the rest of the process. You have to go to the chair, you have to get the proposal accepted and all that stuff. But you've got a good start there is what I'm saying. And I'm just talking about what this is to help write the review of literature. So right here, I put it right in. When you find this type of study, it may be called a bullseye study. It is research-based article or dissertation that contains key elements that you wish to study. And you know we've talked about 4 times now, Dave. Here it is finally in this slide. Bullseye study provides, here's what it means, a basis for replication or a meta-analysis study. What is a meta-analysis? Yes, it's an analysis of, it's a research study where somebody has a topic, just like you're talking about, and what they've actually done is write a mini dissertation. Because they've analyzed, they've gone out and they've found 20 research articles that are related to topic X. They're all related, and they've pulled them all together and they reviewed the literature about them and they put it into an article. Wonderful. Thank you very much. And you can do a meta-analysis yourself. But it's actually there's a whole course on how you do a meta-analysis because it is a very, very well-defined set of statistical tools that you need and things that you do to do a meta-analysis that's quantitative. There is an animal that's a qualitative meta-analysis, but I don't recommend that one at all. It's too complicated. You go down too many rabbit trails with that. And I have access to six, might only be 5 videos on how to do that. And I'd be happy to share them with you, but they're very complicated statistics. And I would not recommend anybody do it unless you want to take a couple of courses in statistics to learn how to do it, or you want to study those videos very thoroughly, because it really is, it's a statistical nightmare for most people.
It's a nightmare, I like that.
Well, to
I
most
like that
people.
introduction.
All right, it's a legitimate way to do a study, but it's very complicated statistics. But the bullseye study is a ready-made source of references. That's the key thing to remember. If that dissertation was on target, you go to the references and go for it. You got all the references. You must, in most cases, be very recent. If you have a topic and you go put it into the computer, say you put it into PsycInfo, and up pops 2 dissertations written in 1947 and 1953. Your topic has probably been researched to death. Which doesn't mean you can't do it, but your first thing you're going to do is bring it up to date. Well, if one of these dissertations, put into perspective what it means if it's a dissertation. It's written in 1947, the other one 1953, and they both have at least 120 references. And all those references have been cited numerous times along with those two dissertations. How much literature do you think there is in 2016 on all that? 3,000 or 4,000 at least. So how are you going to narrow that down? Can you? Yes, but that's going to be your task if this happens. Now, if you find a dissertation written in 1999, that's a little better. But say you find one written in 2015, that's ideal, or 2014, that's close to ideal. You see, but if it's old, it's been sitting on the shelf somewhere, and if it was worth writing, which most dissertations are, not all of them, but most. Several people have probably read it, and several people have done things with it, so there's too much on it. You're gonna have to narrow it. That was my point. Does that make sense? All right. We're moving right along. We're on slide 37. There's only 61 of these.
Oh, Lord.
This is a short discussion. Not really. All right, so let's stand up and stretch a little.
Yeah, I have to.
All right, wonderful. 10-minute break.
10 minutes.
15 minutes? 15 okay?
Yes.
Are you okay? All right, 15. Whatever you want to do for 15 minutes. Then you have to come back and listen to me. May God help us all. Yeah. Or from? All right. The title can come out of that, but let's not jump to that yet. Let's kind of back up here.
Okay, yeah.
Slow down that truck.
Yes, sir. I did.
I hope it's not a Mack truck, because I don't want to get run over.
It's not a match.
All right.
So, what is the relationship between social distress and ethnicity or race?
And that's a good start. Now, what's the population? That's all you need to have.
Black and white.
Too broad.
Black and white's too broad?
Well, that's your, so how are you gonna test that? You're gonna go talk to every black and every white in the world?
No, why do you
You
bring that
have
up
to
every
have-
time? I can go and talk to some people
But
in
then
200 people in a classroom at standing state.
you can, but you won't get any chair that will, but that's not what you said. And you won't get any chair that will approve that. You're on the right track, but you gotta add the population. It's gotta be specific.
Okay, so churches. Can I do the church thing?
Well, stop right there. You don't have to jump to the answer real quick. You just gotta understand the process. Then you'll get the answer that you want based on what you want to do, not what I'm.
Telling you.
It's not my dissertation, it's yours, right? So,
Would you like a pizza gum?
no, thank you.
Okay.
Let's back up. And you've got a great start. That'll work. Now you need to add one thing to it, the population. And the population's your choice. And it could be based on, go read a couple of articles and see what groups are out there that they're doing research on this very thing. And how are they doing it? And sure, you can go talk to anyone. But that's not what the research is going to be. The research is going to be, you're going to get a group that are Caucasian or black, black or Caucasian or black and white, doesn't matter about that. We talked about that. But you're going to get these two groups that they're going to have to agree to have you give them some kind of an interview, whether it be you interview them personally or they write the question answers to a survey or something like that. That's what you're going to have to find.
I don't think that would be hard.
Okay, I'm not saying it's hard, but I'm saying that you got to tell the chair what you're going to do.
Okay, okay.
He's not going to let you be that.
So I
nebulous.
can
That's
say, what is the relationship between social distress and ethnicity? And then
in
in
the following populations.
okay,
And you define the populations based on your interests, based on the research, based on being able to do it, feasibility. See, feasibility is a big thing.
okay. So based on the population, okay. And then should I just put black, white here?
I'm sorry, I don't read upside down.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What is the relationship between social
Distress. I know it's fucking wrong. And ethnicity.
Social distress. That's, what exactly is social distress? That's fine, but what is it? That's part of
I
what,
have to define that.
right, and that's part of what you do. In the following population, and then you put your churches or your black group and white group that you're going to survey or that you're going to interview. See, you can go interview.
Right.
That's legitimate. Or you can survey them, or you can do a combination.
Mhm.
See, that would be quantitative and qualitative. That's mixed methods. Methods are what you're going to do.
Right.
So if you said, okay, I'm going to talk to 40 policemen, retired policemen from XYZ, where, and I'm going to interview them, and then I'm also going to have them fill out a survey. So your mixed methods, because you're going to get some data that you can do statistical analysis on, and it's hot. Okay.
I'm comfortable.
All right. I'm going to turn this way. But you're going to get, that's kind of a mixed methods because you can do an interview, and an interview is not really considered to be statistical.
So
And your
is that-
textbook covers that, what mixed methods, but that's okay, that's fine.
That's what I was gonna ask. Is it, I mean, good to do both or?
Well, yeah, and you don't have to do that. If you can gather the data that you need to answer the question, by interviewing them,
Mhm.
that'll work.
Okay,
But number one, notice I said, if you can gather the data you need to answer the question, and your chair approves it. And see, the reason I keep bringing this back is because I don't make those decisions, I'm not your chair. And I'm kind of letting you know ahead of time, when you go talk to that chair, I'll guarantee you, the things I'm talking to you about, they're gonna be talking about it. So I'm trying to prepare you up front.
So I'm still not ready?
No, I didn't say that.
No, I'm asking, with this,
Yeah, that's
the
workable.
second one,
That's workable.
okay,
That's
that's
workable.
that one's workable.
And you can start your review of literature to find out how you fit all that stuff in.
Now, I do the review literature with the computer.
You're right, that's what we're gonna do. Oh, we're supposed to be over there at 2:30.
Oh, I thought she was coming here. Okay.
Oh, no, I think
What's
she's
that?
going over there.
Is it late?
It's
Oh,
past,
2:36. Okay.
I wonder where,
She's talking to Dr.
all right.
And she knows we're supposed to be.
Oh, she's gonna go,
I hope so. She said, I said she knows we're supposed to be over there.
all right, well, I forgot, that's cool. Because I wanted to see this too. Okay, sorry about that, I forgot. Did you forget?
No, I thought she was coming here.
Yeah, I did. I clarified several things that we talked about, which we'll talk about. And then we'll come back here and finish up with this.
Okay.
After. Now, put your questions out there and let her help you.
Okay, try to pull up some data on it.
Yeah,
Okay.
let her get you started. She's the expert on this part, so
Okay.
not me. I don't pretend to be an expert on just a few little things. You've heard jack of all trades.
Yeah.
All right. All righty. Sure, I'm glad I showed that thing.
I did show it.
people.
Oh, my. Good night, folks.
In a day.
Yes, it has. We've been in the library. Good night.